We understand how hard it is for your customers to apply for a loan. They need to fill up a lot of forms and submit a lot of documents, which can be tedious. If you are a lender, a bank, or a financial services company, we make the process easier for you and your customers. Smile allows your customers to share their employment and income data to you without the hassle, making it easier for them to buy the things that they need or to achieve their dreams. With Smile, asking your customers to share their employment and income data is just one click away. Smile, the trusted source for employment and income data in Asia.
The RISE Challenge was inspired by the Barcelona Activa. It is a government initiative started in the 80s that gave support to entrepreneurs, a one-stop shop for startups. We chanced upon this when Makati officials went to Barcelona as part of their training for a program for smart cities run by the Development Academy of the Philippines. The officials were able to tour the internationally recognized Tech Hub, which was fully supported by the Barcelona city government, as it was aimed to boost the local economy, provide innovation, and promote talent development. Through the RISE Challenge and Makati City's full support in this, Mayor Abby Binay hopes that the Philippines will rank higher in the startup international scene.
Every billion-dollar company today had to start somewhere. They were once startups. Apple was once a startup. Google once a startup. Amazon once a startup. So you could say that it's very significant because the next big company, maybe not this year, maybe not even next year, but the future is in startups, so they really cannot be neglected. You have to develop them well.
Our program focuses on the 5 aspects of finance, legal, marketing, team development, and effective pitching. We've gathered mentors who have a passion for sharing their knowledge and experiences. The Philippine Startup Survey in 2020 also identified that 47% of startups are family-funded. Outside of this group, most partnerships have not come into fruition due to mismatched visions with investors, chaotic business structures, and an unclear market target. After the program, the founders will have the opportunity to pitch their ideas to investors who share their vision. Our group knows what investors are looking for, and we know how to prepare the startup for funding.
Maine is really a great place to find startups as we are seen as a premier and largest and most active angel investment association in the country.
Maine members are expected to invest $1 million a year, which translate to 100 million annual deployable investment funds for startups. The support of the Makati LGU can be a very welcome strategic initiative. Kudos to Ronin for partnering with them for this project. There are things government can provide which the private sector just can't. One area in which we can make a difference is supporting smart cities initiatives. It is so heartening to see Makati LGU and Ronin now playing an active role in supporting Philippine startups.
On behalf of Mayor Abby Binay, the City of Makati would like to invite all creative Filipinos to bring your businesses here. We provide a competitive environment, fantastic co-working spaces, tax breaks, business registration assistance, and a reliable mentoring program. Makati will even take it further by giving you an equity-free grant of 500,000 pesos. Finally, we will give you an opportunity to fund your businesses by presenting you to qualified investors at the end of the program. Join us in the RISE Challenge.
Digital Pilipinas is the largest private sector-led movement to build an ecosystem for innovation and technology for the country. And our hope is to not just take on some of the largest problems of the Philippines that are addressable with technology, but collectively to raise our innovation quotient as a country. We are experiencing a technology renaissance here in the Philippines, where the best and brightest from all over the world are actually choosing to domicile themselves here in the Philippines. Now what we're seeing is an influx of global technology talents choosing to headquarter themselves here in the Philippines because we have the greatest talent for it. We have a killer ecosystem, the most enabling regulators. So the formula for success to build a great technology business is here in the Philippines.
Digital Pilipinas, as a movement, represents the most expansive, industry-driven effort to bring together the champions of emerging technologies with the business leaders who are committed to transforming the landscape. It is our honor and privilege to once again co-convene Digital Pilipinas. Let the world feel the excitement as our nation becomes a center for innovation.
This year, we have 4 priority areas. Number 1 is MSME, digitalization, and e-commerce. The ultimate objective is to be able to trade in trust and in confidence outside of your traditional borders. All of the technological advancements that we're experiencing right now is really intended to create more cross-border cooperation. Digital Pilipinas is the channel partner of Proxtera, the global procurement arm of the MAS that is intended to create a safe space for entrepreneurs from all over the world to be able to trade in security and in trust.
As a pioneer in e-commerce in electronics, my vision is to see every Filipino household having a gadget purchased from Kim Store. We share the same goal with Digital Pilipinas, pursuing the same mission, gathering talented individuals who can make a change and putting Philippines in the center of innovation.
The Philippine e-commerce market is forecasted to be the fastest growing e-commerce market globally this year, growing by more than 25%. That has created a very dynamic part of the economy. It's powered by the marketplaces and shop platforms, powered by a whole network of enablers, by a whole community and a whole industry that is developing there to support e-commerce. And Digital Filipinas is bringing together a lot of those ecosystem stakeholders, and as such I'm very glad to be part of the Digital Filipinas movement that helps to develop this vibrant industry in the Philippines.
The second work stream that we're championing in Digital Pilipinas is the creation of an API-led economy. We're looking at launching an API marketplace that would allow for continuous innovation and continued connection between businesses and organizations here in the Philippines.
An API-led economy is about unbundling products so that customers can access what they want, when they want it, at a competitive price. They can use APIs, connect to a startup that's specifically serving that community. And that's the power of the API-led economy. It allows the product and the providers and the users who are receiving and benefiting from that product to connect in ways they couldn't before.
Financial inclusion is ensuring that we make financial services accessible and affordable to every individual and business in the country. It also allows us to educate and promote discovery on their own and assist them with the right services anywhere they are and anytime they need it.
The third work stream that we're championing in Digital Pilipinas is all about micro-education and micro-certification. The way we look at education has tremendously changed throughout the years. No longer are kids committed to take a 4, 6, 7-year course in university, and instead they're focusing on technological skills that are snackable and easy to acquire, immediately certifiable, and with your credentials being carried with you in the blockchain. We will be launching this year an internship program that would allow undergraduates or career shifters to be able to experience several corporations in 1 year, so that by the time that they graduate from the internship or the fellowship program, they are Web 3.0 ready.
We have to embrace the idea of micro-credentials, micro-certifications, or even micro-degrees. What it is really is learning less things and learning things faster, but What we need to do together with Digital Pilipinas is create that bridge that will address the skills gap in this new economy. From what skills you have now and what you need to do to get the skills you need tomorrow.
So the way we see EdTech is really to solve not just one or two pain points, but really solve most of the pain points of the entire ecosystem. And that's really by pushing for digital learning and helping both not just the students and their parents, but also the teachers, the schools, and all the institutions like government and corporates that are working towards independent, well-trained, successful citizenry that can get the jobs and the careers that they want.
Embracing digital opportunities requires developing new digital skills. There is no question about it. This means empowering learning, supporting public policies for reskilling, and encouraging continuous improvements in that area. As we consider the challenges facing the world today, we at Microsoft acknowledge the enormous responsibility we have to ensure that the technology we are building benefits everyone around us. And it has to be in line with our mission, which is to empower every person and every organization on the planet.
And last but not the least is, of course, fintech, which is the fuel that fires all of these industries. We look at fintech not so much as a vertical, but rather a horizontal that powers various industries. During the pandemic, everyone talked about the dramatic increase in digitalization and also in digital transformation. A lot of what precipitated that was actually the movement of money. And the movement of money in those various verticals was brought about by fintech. In our case, we will ensure that fintech will continue to not just energize but revitalize legacy industries for the country.
To have also a basis by which, I used the word laymanize earlier, but by which we can laymanize the application of technology and understand the fact that we can only do so much relative to educating or telling or basically increasing the level of financial literacy of people. So there can be an approach wherein it can be hybrid. There can be an approach by which we can be more patient about people not adopting immediately.
What fintech did is they proved that the minimum digital hygiene of 24/7 accessibility, Six Sigma reliability, real-time transactions, safe and secure was very possible. The use of mobiles and other devices allowed those services to be self-service in many ways. So that basically increased the accessibility of financial services to a broader set of the population.
We recognize that not one company can make finance for all happen. We believe in the power of collaboration and how it could speed up inclusion. This will help us in our desire to empower communities because even the tiniest contribution adds up and has a snowball effect to create meaningful waves of impact in the country today.
Digital Filipinas has been one of the strongest advocates for the use of technology in multiple industries in Philippines. Now, for Philippines to be the center of cryptocurrency and blockchain, it's important that there are macro policies created that incentivizes companies to invest in Philippines. Secondly, the understanding of blockchain ecosystem and cryptocurrencies is included in the education syllabus. And last but not the least, the research and development around this technology is incentivized.
The right timing, the right ingredients are all in place. We can truly start the beginning of our road to a digital Pilipinas.
Let's all build a cyber-secure digital Pilipinas.
Together, let's build a digital Pilipinas through open finance.
Through e-commerce.
Through EduTech.
Through fintech.
Mabuhay ang digital Pilipinas.
Mabuhay!
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 Let's build a digital Pilipinas together.
And again, mabuhay ang Digital Pilipinas. Again, thank you so much for joining us from all over the Philippines and from all over the world. My name is RJ Ledesma. Very privileged to be your host for the Nascent Technology Summit and Digital Pilipinas 2022. For all those watching us live from here in the Philippines and from all over the world, please make your presence known. Please chat us up in the chat box. Where are you watching from? What company do you belong to? And what do you want to learn this afternoon? And also for all those who are listening to us here right now, we invite you, if you're gaining some great insights from our speakers or you've got some comments or suggestions, please do upload them online. Again, the hashtag to use is hashtag Digital Pilipinas. Again, the hashtag to use is Digital Pilipinas. And you can also tag us on Digital Pilipinas on Facebook and LinkedIn. Again, thank you so much for joining us from all over the world. We really appreciate all of your presence. Now, we'd like to welcome all those who've been with us since this morning. And we are very fortunate right now to learn from all of our great speakers, whom we gave you a little preview of in our video that we just showed all of you. Now, let's move on to our very insightful discussion for this afternoon. We'll begin with a topic very close to many of our hearts, which is edutech or education technology, where we will hear educators discuss how technology enables the next generation of technologists. Please allow me to welcome our panel members for our first session. Joining us in the panel are leaders who have pushed the boundaries of education to see to it that millions of our young people, especially those in the most remotest of areas, have access to learning through digitalization. Our first guest is the Senior Manager of Sustainability and Social Responsibility of Globe Telecom. We have Miguel Bermundo. Miguel currently handles sustainability integration in Globe Telecom, where he also leads various community development initiatives for the company around social innovation and mental health, along with education, just to name a few. Outside of his corporate life, Miguel is also a certified executive coach. He is also the founder of Dream Big Pilipinas, an NGO that helps improve access to better educational opportunities for the disadvantaged youth. Now, moving on to our next speaker. Joining us is Mr. Marco Santos of the Yushchenko Group. Marco is a serial entrepreneur and has built startups for the past 30 years. He's been influential in developing the technological awareness and readiness of the Filipino, starting from giving Filipinos what was likely our very first email address with his brainchild EDSA Mail in 2002. That's really dating Marco over there. Marco's passion is making every Filipino digital ready by rebooting edutech to enable success in the ever-changing digital landscape. Thank you for joining us, Marco. We are also joined by, from the Philippine Science High School System of the DOST, Dr. Joel Bautista. Dr. Bautista is an experienced management information systems coordinator with a demonstrated history of working in the secondary and tertiary education industry. He is highly adept in network administration, e-learning, customer service, educational technology, and instructional design. Presently, Dr. Bautista is the Information Technology Officer at the Philippine Science High School. We also have Dr. Albertson Amante from the Batangas State University. Dr. Amante is a researcher, educator, electronics engineer, startup advocate, and innovator. His research interests include technopreneurship, wireless sensor networks, fuzzy inference system, decision support system, and geospatial information systems. For him to discuss all those different things requires a seminar all in itself. And rounding out our speakers for this part of the seminar, we have Henry Mot Munoz of Educacion.ph. Henry Mot Munoz is the Filipino-French founder of Educacion.ph, a pioneer edtech platform here in the Philippines. He leads the company in improving education outcomes for 8 million students a year through 3 pillars. The first is the K-12 academic support, 21st century soft skills, and finally, college and career guidance. He was recognized by the World Economic Forum as a young global leader and one of Forbes 30 under 30 Asia. And with that, welcome to all of our panelists. Please turn on your cameras, if you don't mind, to all the panelists for this particular EdTech session. And we also have joining us right now, Dr. Jonathan Salvacion. Dr. Jonathan Salvacion is the Dean of the School of Graduate Studies, Director of Directed Research for Innovation and Value Enhancement Manager, Innovation and Technology Support Office Manager, Knowledge and Technology Transfer Office Project Leader, establishment of the Mapua University Technology Business Incubator Professor, and Technopreneurship. So can I please invite all of our esteemed guests for the first panel to switch on your cameras, because we will do something very important, especially when we do virtual conferences here in the Philippines. We will take a photo opportunity. So please turn on your cameras right now, if you don't mind. Together with Amor, please join us over here. So please, if you can, let's bring to the front all of our players over here, all of our speakers. Can we invite them here to the front of the stage? And just double checking, Kirsten, are we good in cats? Okay. So can we all smile, please, guys? Smile in 3, 2, 1, and 3, 2, 1.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So just to let everybody know, as we begin with our panel discussion, we'd like to actually make it a bit more free-flowing, and all the panelists are more than welcome to answer the questions. Just to give time for everybody to speak, if you can try to keep it as brief and as efficient as possible with regard to your answers. But at the same time, if you would just like to add on to what the previous speaker has said when he answers the question, please feel free to let me know. We would love to get, we'd like to build and synthesize everything that we can learn from today's session. So let me start off with the first question. I think this is key. Again, what we're talking about is enabling the next generation of technologists. So I think the more important question is, we're doing two things here at the same time. We are trying to see how we can further improve the digitalization of the Philippine educational system to make it better, especially for those in the remotest of areas, which is very key right now, especially in the pandemic. But the second thing we also need to do is, how do we prepare our students to be technologically literate at the same time? So those are two things, I think, which are key when it comes to EdTech in the Philippines. Making, of course, disrupting our educational system by making it more efficient with ed technology, and also preparing the next generation of technologists. How are we doing that? Let's get the ball rolling. Maybe let's start off with the youngest in this batch. Maybe Dr. Salvacion, if you don't mind. You're the youngest here, I think, no?
Yeah, thank you very much. I doubt if I'm the youngest in this batch, but I agree with you that indeed, in order to improve, to prepare for our technologists for the future, we need to beef up the technology for delivering instruction. That is very good. So what this means is digitization of content, the use of learning management systems, and these things. I think many of my colleagues in the academe understands what I'm talking about. But of course, in order to really prepare our future technologists for the jobs that are waiting for them in business and industry, there is a more fundamental shift that we need to do. What we have done because of the pandemic is to shift from brick and mortar classrooms to cyber classrooms, cyberspace. But what we also need to do is a shift in the content of what we teach our students, because it's not just the pandemic. We have now the newly established technologies that we now recognize collectively as, for example, Industrial Revolution 4.0. And Industrial 4.0 requires more skills than what the traditional engineering programs can offer. And then we have the so-called nascent technologies. We have blockchain, we have cognitive technology, we have virtual and virtual reality, all of this going into industry, and all other things that I don't think I can capture in this very short presentation. But all of this will redound to changes in job skills that will be needed in the future. And these skills are not the skills that we currently teach in university. So, for example, just to give a very simple example, our licensure exams in engineering usually look for textbook knowledge. But in the future, I think what we will need is the skill to identify, articulate, and solve real world problems. Maybe this is just my uh, bias because I am a technopreneurship professor, and I believe that in order to start a research project, you should first look out of the university and find real world problems that are begging for solution, and then come up with the technology to solve it, and then you can have a more surefire approach to commercialization. But I'm talking too much. The real younger members of the pod should be able to answer more the questions.
But Doc John, like you're saying, that's just basically what entrepreneurship is all about. Solving other people's irritations. You're just applying technology to be able to solve those problems.
Yes.
Leveraging the properties of technology, which I'm sure many of our speakers are very familiar with.
Yes.
If you don't mind, I'll move on to another equally young speaker over here. Is Marco Santos over here. He was talking about entrepreneurship. You're a serial entrepreneur over there. So, Marco, tell us a bit more. What are you seeing in terms of what needs to be solved in terms of edtech and how we can improve the educational system, and of course, how do we tech up our students as well to prepare them to become the next set of technologists?
Yes.
Boss Marco, can you hear us?
Maybe can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can.
Okay, I'd like to first maybe introduce myself because I think you think I'm younger than Dr. Salvacion, I think, but I'm much older than RJ, I'm sure. So good afternoon. My name is Marcos Santos. I'm a living startup. I have started, grown, invested, bought, and sold startups for the last 30 years. Like mentioned earlier, in 2002, I founded a company called Edsomail, which is probably yours or your parents' first email address. The vision then was to give an email address for every Filipino. Today, my passion is in education, making sure that every person can learn new skills in today's digital landscape. Together with Digital Pilipinas, Amor, we will make sure every Filipino will become digital ready. So I'm a firm believer that the skills are the new currency. There's a gap, like Dr. Salson mentioned, between the skill sets that you learn in school and the skill sets that industry demands. How many times have we asked ourselves if the degrees we have can guarantee us a career in today's fast-changing tech industry? The days of the old CV resume is over. They cannot guarantee us any. They cannot guarantee us that we will be hired in this fast-changing world. We need to reboot today's educational system. We need to listen more to industry to understand what skill sets are in demand. We need our professors to be real industry practitioners. They cannot just teach, they have to do. They have to be certified. We need to create unique learning experiences such as virtual OJTs, micro-certification, and other edutech platforms so that our talent pool is ready for the new digital age. As schools and education institutions today are undergoing their most existential threat from technology and the pandemic, the advocacy in Digital Pilipinas is to bridge that industry educational divide through, number one, curriculum alignment with the technology industry and the academe, formal and informal. There's so many things that are outdated and we have to be more relevant, like Dr. Sauson mentioned. Number two, we have to localize innovation. Innovation is Philippines ranked 51 in the world today. Yes, and I think there's a zero budget in DOST for innovation. So we need to put our money where our mouth is, but we need to make it local. We need to look for innovative LGUs and innovation all around the country. Remember, we are 7,107 islands, so it's quite difficult to centralize everything. The third, we should use micro-certification or credentialing on the blockchain. What this really means is that I think studying is over. It's learning, and we have to learn things the way people do, listening to podcasts, going through webinars, and then taking an exam that says that we have certain skill sets that we acquired. At the end of the day, like I said, CVs will become irrelevant, and I think micro degrees or micro certification or your skill sets is going to be what's going to separate you from the men from the boys. Number four, we have to be able to have an experience like it was a real experience. So OJTs shouldn't be just OJTs that you just get credit. It should be real, actual situations. And because of the internet, we can even make it virtual. So what stops me from having an OJT in Google? What stops me from having an OJT in Alibaba? Andre, here pala ba si Jack Mayon, no? But anyway, something like that, no? And at the end of the day, this will all hopefully collectively raise the innovation quotient of our country. That's what I think Amor and I get along. That's why we get along, because we want to make Filipino more innovative. I know we are innovative. We've invented the yo-yo, the moon buggy, the fluorescent lights, but we don't know how to commercialize. So hopefully we can make this country a better place by improving our talent and also developing more intellectual property. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Marco. And having said that, we've got two friends over here who work together with the DOST from schools, from Philippine Science and of course from Batangas State. Would love to hear also your thoughts, professors, because you're actually in the academe, but at the same time you're struggling with, okay, how do we innovate here? How do we teach students about technology, and how do we integrate technology into the educational system to make it better? Please feel free to bring it in, Engineer Amante, Dr. Bautista, and if you can start off. Yung mas gwapo sa inyo, pwede magsimula.
Ako na muna. Thank you very much, RJ. My name is Albert Amante. I'm an engineer. I'm an electronics engineer from Batangas State University. And in terms of innovation, the university actually has been pushing forward a lot of innovation programs. I belong to the 114 state universities and colleges in the country. No, we have more than 2,000 higher education institutions, including private. So 114 of which are state-owned. So in our case, we are a very big engineering university with 55,000 students, 15,000 of which are engineering. Wow. So therefore, really, entrepreneurship and innovation is one of the top priorities of our university president, Dr. Jason Octilla, who happens to be the president of the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges. So we've set up some platforms to support innovation, such as the establishment of the Technology Business Incubator. We have our own Technology Business Incubator that has been heavily funded by the Department of Science and Technology, the Commission on Higher Education. But another platform that we've been spearheading actually is the establishment of a technology park within the university. So we are pioneering the establishment of the Knowledge, Innovation, and Science Technology Park, or KISS Park, which is actually a PESA facility. So if there are PESA locators here who would like to engage the university, so we would like to open up that opportunity to you. So that PESA facility shall co-implement programs, activities, and projects that explore research and innovation and industry collaboration. So right now there has been a change of let's say metrics on the measure of KPI. Other than the publication, we're pushing forward also technology transfer and commercialization of intellectual property. So that has been a forefront. That has been a main agenda of the university to really have this research output be commercialized or fully utilized by the industry and the community. I'm working on a project funded by the UST, which is somehow part of a digital in the digital space. We're actually making use of mixed reality to digitize tourism sites in the Philippines. We're initially doing this in Batangas, so we're actually close to completion. So we're digitizing and making use of virtual reality and mixed reality. So that's both virtual and augmented reality for the tourism industry, which is heavily affected actually by this pandemic.
Got that. Thanks so much. Doc Joel, would you like to add to that?
Yes, actually, I am very. I would like to share really because I believe I'm the only one in the basic ed in this cohort. So I'm from the Philippine Science High. So I just want to correct. By the way, I'm currently the chief of the Knowledge Innovation Division. Prior to being the chief of IT officer, I also taught computer science and technology subjects for half of my life. I think 12 years in the Philippine Science High School as well. Now I'm the IT officer. So as far as technology is concerned and innovation as well, so we really invested in tech because one, it was propelled by the pandemic. So we really have to invest into learning management systems for us to provide learning continuity to our scholars who are, of course, the SMT future SMT leaders of our country. So it's quite a challenging role to really spearhead the digital transformation of our agency. That's one tech investment that we have to provide the infrastructure. Next is to, of course, one more thing is the investment in our teachers. So we really have to onboard our teachers as far as educational technology is concerned. We really have to empower them, give them all the tools, the knowledge, the skill set that they have. Nowadays, it's not enough that you're literate. You really have to be proficient in terms of course, using these tools to enhance the teaching learning process. So one more thing, of course, as an educational agency or institution, we really look into technology as one as a support for our operations. We really invested into analytics. We really invested into providing an online platform for admissions for our prospective scholars for PSHS. Next is also we also invested into trainings, and nowadays we're also working on instructional video materials. And moving forward, we're also looking along hand with Industry 4.0. It's the Education 4.0, wherein we really look into inclusivity as well, because in reality, it's still an issue because access remains highly inequitable, especially for the GIDA or the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. So technology haven't reached those areas, especially the remote areas. So we really would want to also do that, reach to those underprivileged people. So I'm also a project leader of a research funded by DOSTP Shared. We developed a mobile app that works offline and provides learning continuity by providing a simulation for laboratory equipment. And laboratory equipment use has been hampered by the pandemic. Students weren't able to use lab equipment. That's why we were able to create a simulation for a microscope, and it complemented the print learning modules that especially those who opted for the print modules. Students who avail the print learning modules because one, they don't have the access to a device or a gadget. Two, they don't have an access to a stable and strong internet. So those are among the things, among other efforts and initiatives that we have at DOST PSHS, as well as one, I think as someone who also contributes to the future technologies per se. So I'm also a co-founder of DevCon Kids Philippines. We teach digital literacy because according to the Singapore study, coding is the new literacy nowadays. It's very important that kids know how to code because it teaches them the actual problem solving, the abstract thinking, critical thinking, and computational thinking skills. Those are among the things that I've also been doing as a technologist myself. Thank you, Sir RJ.
Thanks so much, Dr. Joel. And what was really close to my heart was you were saying, developing technology for the remote and disadvantaged. And that's something very close to the heart of Miguel, because I know that Miguel, although he works in Globe, he talks about sustainability, and he's wearing two hats technically. It's his corporate hat, but at the same time, he's sort of like his NGO hat at the same time for what he does. And I was interested to see your perspective, Miguel. I mean, we've had people coming from the academe, we have people coming from, I guess, serial entrepreneurship, but you're having both a corporate and an NGO perspective on how to address improving digital technology for education and also creating more technologically literate Filipino students. What's your take on this one?
Yeah, thank you, RJ. Basically, well, the NGO and corporate background does help in creating social impact, especially in the digital space. With Globe, well, you mentioned, RJ, that there are two factors that forward digitization, which is one, you mentioned the access has to be there, the tech access, and the literacy has to be there. What we're saying is there's something missing, and it's digital responsibility. How, as netizens and digital citizens, can protect themselves while being empowered online. So there are so many things we can do now because of the digital age, but how can we protect ourselves better? So that's basically what the role of Globe now is doing. When people think about Globe, it's all about the business of connecting as many Filipinos as possible around the country. What we do, which is beyond business, is to make sure every netizen who connects to the internet is equipped to deal with the rising threats and dangers online. So we have this program which we launched in 2015. It's called the Digital Thumbprint Program. It's a multi-awarded program for its impact and its reach. And what it is, it's basically an educational campaign that educates from students, teachers, parents, and netizens as a whole on how to be prepared for these emerging threats and dangers. So there are many different strands that we've created for learning online and also face-to-face. But this content includes digital safety and security, and understanding that your information is important. Therefore, it should be protected first and foremost. And then you move on to cyberbullying, protecting yourself via proper digital etiquette and responsibility. How do you directly and indirectly affect cyberbullying, and what are the ways that we should maneuver around it? Third, there's fake news, the emergence of fake news. How do we intelligently identify if what we are seeing online is credible or questionable? And then you have a completely customized version for parents and struggling netizens to keep up in the digital world. And then, of course, last, I think I'm talking too much. You have also for the more diverse and profound users of the internet, how do you responsibly use internet to empower not just yourself, but to be a contribution to others? So all of these have been hashed out into face-to-face modules, digital modules, and on-demand modules that you could access online, which I think is so relevant and crucial in today's age.
Thanks so much, Miguel. And with that, I think it's appropriate that moving on from what you're trying to say, I want to bring it to Henry, who's sort of seeing things from a macro perspective, because he's seeing the movements in education and what students are choosing to get educated in, where they're going, where they're studying, from the perspective of education.ph. And at the same time, he's a technopreneur. He's really seeing what are the opportunities and problem or pain points where we can further improve the educational system. Henry, what are you seeing now from your perspective, from education.ph's perspective, in improving, first of all, our technopreneurs and also improving our digital education or the digitalization of the Philippine education system?
Great. And thanks so much, RJ and Amor, for having us here. I think a lot of great points have been raised beforehand. And I think it was Marco who was alluding to, Filipinos already are incredibly creative as it is, right? And I think being creative plus being resilient is typically, a pretty good starting base for being an entrepreneur, especially in the tech space. I think, and this ties to some of what we're seeing at Education, there's really kind of three things, right? So I think the first one is, do people have the right academic skills? And I think here, as much as we, firmly believe in online education and supplementary education, we ourselves are, one of the distributors for online providers like Coursera or Udacity. We have some of our own stuff in K-12, but fundamentally, students are spending most of their time in high school, in secondary school, primary school, and also in the tertiary system. And so, I think the points that were raised by Joel and I think Dr. Salvation around upgrading the curriculum to making sure that it's just very 2022 relevant is very important. So I think that's the first thing that we're seeing. And as an edtech platform, one of the three pillars, as you mentioned earlier, was around guidance. And, we do help students figure out, what senior high school strand to take, which college to apply to, how to think about their career prospects. So the first one is upgrading the existing secondary and tertiary education system. I think the second one is around explaining the pathways. It's very hard to expect people to want to become entrepreneurs if you're not even explaining, what it looks like, if you're not even sharing with them the success stories that we have in the Philippines today. And I think what's fantastic is, in the last few years, there's been a lot of funding, there's been a lot of successes, which means that you no longer have to say, oh, you could be the next Steve Jobs, or you could be the next Mark Zuckerberg. You now have, some great founders in the Philippines, household names, from the likes of Kumu and many in the e-commerce and fintech space like Brancas. So it's really good for students to get exposed to that. And I think this brings me to the third thing that we see, which is you can give students the right training, you can show them the pathways. The third ingredient is very important, is those 21st century soft skills, where we're actually spending quite a lot of time at Education. And I think it's the same bucket, I would say, as what Miguel does, slightly different in the sense that we tend to focus a bit more on the confidence. We tend to focus a little bit more on some of the the communication skills, or even things like financial literacy, civic education, etc. But you have to give students the confidence to pursue those dreams, and you have to explain to them essentially kind of like what skills will they need outside what they picked up in the classroom. And so I think it's very important that, and it's reflected in the panel that you and Amor have put together. You cannot solve this problem with just one actor. You cannot just solve it with schools or just with government or just with education publishers or even just with edtech players. It's very important that all of us work on those 3 points around just the right academic learning, the right soft skills, and then the right guidance.
Thanks so much for sort of bringing everything together over here, Henry. And you know what? I wish we had a longer time for this panel. We've got 4 more panels to go, but then just to give you guys an idea, the people listening to us here right now in Digital Pilipinas are not all tech savvy, or they're not all people doing technology or people who are heavily involved. And a lot of these great things, they're nice to hear, but they're saying, how do I start off? So what's our piece of advice if they're going to start off? If you're talking right now, we've got people who are MSMEs, we've got small business owners over here, we've got some professionals, and we've got some members of the academe here right now. Putting together what you guys have said here so far, what can they do, I guess, immediately or in the short term, in their immediate capacities to be able to employ edtech to improve what they're doing? Let's start off with Doc John over here, Doc Don Salvacion. So just very quickly, sir.
I was afraid you were going to pick me first, but I'm thinking that one of the things that we need to do to be able to address the needs of MSMEs, for example, is for us to get a closer collaboration with industry to really improve the teaching in the universities, and not even the universities, but I think even high school. We need to talk to these people because we are not aware of what exactly it is that they need. We can only guess, and sometimes our guess is off the mark. And that's the easiest thing that we can do together. Just start talking, and work together on those needs.
Thanks so much, Doc John. And hopefully our friends from Digital Pilipinas, Amor and the rest, let's help connect our members of the academe using this platform to, of course, where they can actually incubate and get real world problems which they can solve leveraging technology as a solution. Thanks so much, Dr. John.
That's why we're partnering with them.
Yeah, very good. Thank you so much, Doc John. Marco, for you, what would you like to share with the MSMEs out there so they can get going?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I embody essentially is just to not be afraid to fail, and just try new things, ask basic questions, and communicate. And listen to industry. I think that's one of the most important. I mean, you can have an Ateneo degree or a LaSalle degree for that matter, RJ. And what does that really mean? I mean, if we listen to industry and companies that actually are hiring people, and we said, what skill sets do you require, or what skill sets do we need? Then whether or not you have an Ateneo or LaSalle or whatever diploma, Mapua, you still need to be assessed on the skill sets that you have and the skill sets that you need, so that you will know how to get there. In other words, communication is important, definitely, and as long as there is a bridge that is required, that means there's still a gap between education and industry. But let's listen to industry. I think it's a perfect time we can ask ourselves, what does industry need, and then there are customers, and then we provide students experience, and make them just learn and not just study. I mean, yeah,
I like that. Not just study but learn. That's a key thing. Really nice. Really nice. Thanks so much, Marco.
Thank you.
Dr. Amante, what can we say?
Siyempre, napakalaga ng collaboration. Sabi nga, if you don't collaborate, you will evaporate. So there are a lot of platforms, of course, that are available to support these MSMEs. We have, for example, the Regional Inclusive Innovation Center. Those are available in every regions. In our case, in Calabarzon, we have Link Calabarzon, linking innovation networks for competitiveness. So those are platforms that will a platform for collaboration among higher education institutions, MSMEs, and the industry. So just be afraid.
Thanks so much, Dr. Amante. I want to take you up on that invitation very soon and visit you guys in Batangas. And how about you, Dr. Bautista? Dr. Bautista, kaya naman po.
Of course, I should say start them young. It's very important that we really have to invest in our future technologies because it's quite sad. It's quite sad to know that we rank in the low in terms of reading comprehension, math, and science assessment. That's why aside from the dialogue with the higher education institution, we really have to build or maybe cultivate the young minds of our future leaders. So that's all I could say. Sir RJ, take it away.
Thanks so much, Dr. Bautista. Henri, what do you have to share also with your aspiring entrepreneurs also who want to follow your example into EdTech?
Well, I think it's, would love for you to join, and, feel free to drop me a line. I'll put my email in the chat. I think, we need more EdTech players in the Philippines. I can share with you that, Indonesia, we talk a lot at Education to our peers in Indonesia, and I think we've lost track of how many EdTech companies there are in Indonesia, and unfortunately in the Philippines that's just not the case. And so we need more folks to enter the EdTech space. There's so many different problems to solve, K-12, tertiary, short courses, coding camps, you name it, there's a need. And so I would encourage as many people as possible to join the space. And as promised, I'm just going to share my email to anybody who wants to.
Me.
Thanks so much, Henri. And I just want to stress again what Henry was saying, because it's sort of like the overarching theme from what Dr. John has been saying, from what Mark was been saying, and of course, Henri at the same time, diba? We need to perceive all these problems as opportunities for us, especially as entrepreneurs, as techpreneurs. These are not bad for the Philippines. These are actually good because our job now is to come in and solve it through EdTech or through leveraging technology. So again, hopefully we're inspiring the entrepreneurs or soon-to-be entrepreneurs listening to us here right now. And to round things off, let's welcome back our good friend from Globe to also add a bit more to this one. So Miguel, please do share what can we do to start taking steps for, of course, digital responsibility.
Maybe if I can take on my coaching hat a bit, if we hear a lot about the ways we need to take flight with digitization. But for me, before you take flight, your knowledge, your education really has to take root. You need to have the right foundations in order to operate and take flight properly. And I think that's one of the things that Globe is trying to do, to give the right foundations for the use of the internet. The internet itself is neither good nor bad. It's a tool. For ourselves, we can use it to produce, to enable, to help ourselves express what we want, what's important to us. But it could also be used to harm ourselves. So before we even use it to empower others, we need to take on a sustainability mindset in where we are very conscious of our actions online and how it affects not just ourselves, but on others. And how can we calibrate what we do so that everyone is united in this front? When we say we're all in this together, what exactly does that mean? So the right conversations should happen, founded with the right education.
Thanks so much, Miguel. And to wrap things up, to consolidate all our learnings here right now, let me call back Amor Maclang. Amor, the ultimate EdTech specialist over here. Amor, yes, please.
Hardly. Thank you so much, RJ, and all of our panelists. Maybe I just wanted to share with everyone, with an envy of asking for everyone's support, what our next steps are in EdTech for Digital Pilipinas. I had shared with Henri that of the various verticals we're supporting, this is actually the newest, right? The newest. And we hope to be able to give it the attention that it deserves for 2022. Just wanted to correct our position in Digital Pilipinas. Earlier, Marco meant to say that it's only actually the DOST who has
sorry.
Information, right?
Sorry, I did. I hope I did not hurt anyone. DOST, but
it's actually,
I guess they need more money, right?
And we actually need more national line agency to assume that kind of perspective, which is how do we enable innovation across various verticals. No? So we need more of that kind of thinking. Now, very quickly, so what are key priority areas for Q1 and Q2 for EdTech? Number one would be to pilot our micro-certification, especially, we launched it last quarter of 2021, the micro-certification for Web 3.0, and we hope to have more scholars for this in 2022. Also, we hope to make the learnings more vertically targeted. No? So it's not so much basic ed, but we also look forward to supporting those who are championing not just STEM, STEAM, but also the nascent technologies in the basic ed level. Following this summit, we're also looking to work closely with the real leaders in EdTech. Many of them are here to organize them into an association similar to what we've done for FinTech and support them at least initially with a learning summit, globally oriented hackathon, and also possibly a sandboxing by the next regime. On a shorter term front, which is over the next 3 to 4 weeks, we're looking at doing a workshop to help connect the curriculum designers and also at the same time the industry and the technologists. So we could have an honest to goodness assessment of what is needed in terms of starting off with nascent technology education across all levels. And last but not the least, our partner is here, Dr. John Salvacion. Maraming salamat po to you, to Jace, to Dr. Bea. And we'll be piloting an initial course on FinTech and open finance with the Mapua SGS. Yay! Thank you, Dr. Salvacion.
Thank you.
This is really capitalizing, RJ, on our obvious advantage, not just in the region, but in the world when it comes to FinTech and also when it comes to open finance. Thank you, RJ. Maraming salamat.
Again, thank you so much, Amor Maclang, and for all the panelists for this part of the EdTech discussion. Again, let's give them a virtual round of applause, guys. And if you did enjoy our discussion with our friends here on EdTech, please drop us a line, send some comments, suggestions, or give it up or say something nice to our panelists here today. Again, the hashtag to use is hashtag Digital Pilipinas. You can also tag us on Facebook and on LinkedIn. Again, thank you to our panelists for the EdTech panel. With that, we are moving on quickly to our next panel here this afternoon. We will now hear about digital infrastructure, cybersecurity, and open finance, and how our young tech innovators are bringing a new digital world to life. We start off with our first panelist for our second panel discussion here today. We've got Peter Franken. Peter Franken is a fintech pioneer and a deep tech innovator with many industry firsts. With a career spanning over 30 years in financial services, specializing in management, fintech, innovation, and large-scale digital transformations. He's had C-level and executive positions with industry leaders such as Citigroup, Shinsei Bank, A+, Monex Securities, and Monex Group. He's an advisory member of the Monetary Authority of Singapore and an advisor and founding member of the ASEAN Innovation Network, a non-profit company founded by the Monetary Authority of Singapore. I'd also like to welcome over here Todd Schweitzer. Todd, you saw him earlier on in our video, is the co-founder and CEO of Brankas, the leading open banking technology provider here in Southeast Asia. Now, Todd has held senior roles in private equity and management consulting, spanning technology, the public sector, and financial services. He holds dual bachelor's degrees with honors in economics and international studies from the University of California, Irvine, and a master's in public policy from Harvard's Kennedy School. We also have Jeremy Eager of Smile API, Jerome Eager. And Jerome is the co-founder and CEO of Smile API, a trusted API company that empowers banks, fintechs, recruitment agencies, and other service providers that leverage employment and income data to increase adoption and conversion and reduce cost and risk through a single API. Joining us from the academe is Dr. Robert Rojas from UP Cebu. Dr. Rojas is recognized in the academe for his extensive experience in natural language processing. He was a faculty member and former chairman of the UP Cebu Department of Computer Science. We also have over here joining us Albert Tino of GoTime. Albert is the Chief Commercial Officer of GoTime. He's had several years of experience in the fields of fintech, banking, telecommunications, and logistics. He began his career with the American President Lines and Federal Express, and he broadened his knowledge and experience by then moving into telecoms with two major Philippine telco players, both Globe and Smart Telecommunications. And with that, eventually, before joining GoTime, he was the SVP Channels and Merchant Acquiring for Robinsons Bank. And Albert has a Bachelor of Science degree in Hotel and Restaurant Administration from UP and completed the Oxford FinTech program from the University of Oxford Business School. With that, thank you so much to all the panelists for joining us. And you know the drill, please turn on your cameras because we need to have a picture together. So let's start off with a photo opportunity. For all of them, please bring them here to the forefront. There you go. Thanks so much for joining us again, Jerome, Dr. Rojas. Really a pleasure having you over here. Todd, nice to see you again.
Yes. Peter and Albert are joining in shortly. Please do take the photo first. Thank you. Oh, Albert's here.
Albert's here now. Albert, thanks so much for joining us. So let's just smile, guys. 3, 2, 1. And again, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us here in the panel. And like what I was saying earlier on, is that I'm trying to be cognizant of the fact that we're trying to bring everybody on the same page when it comes to Digital Pilipinas. And there are many terminologies when they encounter it for the first time. Many people listening here right now from the academe or professionals or even from the MSMEs are still unfamiliar with the terms that we are bandying around over here. So I think the more important thing is our talk here right now is digital infrastructure, cybersecurity, and open finance. I think we just have to make things very clear to people so they understand much better what it means. I'm going to start off by asking this question. What exactly do you mean by open finance, and why is it important for the Philippines to have an open finance system? Maybe I've had a chance to talk with this gentleman here before who's able to explain this very clearly, and across Southeast Asia, Todd Schweitzer of Brancas. Todd, maybe you can explain the importance of what exactly is open finance. If I was to explain this to the layman.
Sure. Thank you, RJ, and thank you to Amor and the DOST and the conveners of Digital Pilipinas. So open finance is really a movement and a new wave of technology in financial services, but actually it's extending beyond financial services to touch other industries like healthcare, energy, and even edtech. But open finance in the Philippines has been started out of Europe in 2018, and even earlier than 2018, but entered into the Philippines last year with the passing of some groundbreaking regulations out of the BSP called the Open Finance Circular and Guidelines, which really laid a plan for open finance to take off and for the initial guidelines and regulations to be in place. Now, what is open finance? I can give definitions, but basically it's a way to access your financial services or access your financial products without relying on only the apps and the branches and the stores that the bank provides to you. In other words, I, as a customer of a bank product, whether it's my transaction data or transaction history, whether it's my identity data, whether it's my accounts sitting at a bank or an e-wallet, or maybe even the line of credit I have, I should be able to access and use those financial products without needing to run it through only the apps and channels that the banks has. So some examples here in the Philippines are being able to share your transaction data, or in the case of Smile, your income data, to a lender so that a lender can then get verified scoring data and make a much more informed decision about you as a potential borrower, right? Also, for the leading e-wallets, a lot of them now have links to
to some of the banks, where inside the e-wallet app, I can link my bank account, I can verify my identity, and then I can just do a payment and transfer funds in and out of my e-wallet without needing to go push payments or make a deposit or go through a payment gateway, but I can actually connect to and give permission for my bank to share information with the third-party fintech app I want to use. Now, why that matters, NJ, is because it creates a whole new generation of startups. Because now, for me, if I want to start, if Abet and I want to start a new fintech, if I can convince him to leave GoTime and we start a new fintech together, then we can actually, instead of going bank to bank and requesting access and doing 12 months of negotiation, we can actually plug into the bank APIs and build a fintech app really from scratch and make that fintech app live with bank integrations in a matter of a few weeks, right? So that's the sort of shift we're talking about. It's not simply giving connectivity and providing kind of a Web3 enabled connectivity to customers. It actually creates a new generation of companies that can be built using open finance to better serve customers.
A lot of opportunities emerging here right now, and I think for many of the MSMEs listening right now, they're going, "Wow, there's a lot of opportunities which we can enter into." Having said that, I just want to make this note. Now, Peter can't join us, but he sent his rep Jean Tan, who is the marketing and engagement head for the ASEAN Financial Innovation Network. Thanks so much for joining us, Jean. We'll get to you in just a bit. I just want to extend the point that was being raised right now by Todd. No, he was talking about all the different opportunities being brought about by open finance, and of course, which is being led by Brancas. And of course, to make Brancas work, there's a lot of different, especially this ecosystem, a lot of pieces have to be in place. And one of that is the APIs. Smile API, can you share us a bit more, Jerome, as to how what you were doing is also contributing to open finance, and why what you were doing is important? Why is Smile API important to helping developing the open finance community or ecosystem? And how is it helping, I think, basically Filipinos in terms of the banking system?
Yeah, thanks a lot, RJ, and hi to my other panelists as well. So in general, open finance is maybe just a word that covers a wider sense of digital infrastructure that is being built right now around the world. Open banking is one part of that, and open employment, if you will, is the extension of the API technology that connects digital infrastructure with each other and makes, in the case of Smile, your employment information also available. Now, why is that valuable? Look, if you, for instance, look in markets like the US or Europe, where lenders or participants in the financial markets, or if you would like to, apply for an insurance, there is the so-called thick file and thin file phenomenon, right? So if you have a thin file, you do not have credit that you can show, and then there is the question of alternative data. So in the case of Brancas, obviously this is could be your banking data along other services that Brancas is offering, but a lot of that information that gives you credibility comes from what you do on a day-to-day basis. And this is naturally, by definition, what we do in our jobs. So this pertains for which company do I work, how much income do I generate from this, what is my position in this company, how long have I been working there, how many people do I manage, and a cornucopia really of other data that is related to this area. So you can paint a very very colorful picture by collecting this data with the consent of the end user. So this is very, very clear. It's also a wonderful thing that this time brings, that basically you as the end user in this framework of regulation are the centerpiece. Yeah, so you are essentially in the driver's seat. You can decide what you do with your data, and the API technology really creates some sort of like a door for the end user to open up and to decide which data to share and how to utilize it. The infrastructure that companies like Smile provide, or Brancas in that case, is merely, to use that picture, we use that all the time, Todd and I, is essentially we are building a road. Yeah, we're building a network of plumbers, we are basically. And then, so we are basically providing this infrastructure, and it is the person, or to use the GDPR term, you are the data subject. so to say, right? You own the data and you decide which road and which direction this data takes. And this applies for employment data. This applies for other data such as banking data and all sorts of other data that might come in the future as well. This is why I see this as in a wider sense, it is part of the API economy. Why do we start with, in that case for banking or employment? It's mainly because this is this is where the core information really is. This is where it is needed. Financial services, especially in the Philippines, especially for Filipinos during COVID, is the most pressing problem that needs to be solved. And this is probably why it started, but it doesn't necessarily have to stop there. It can go, way beyond that. We talked already about it, about education tech, insurance, in employment really. So imagine you would like to look for a new job and an employer would actually like to verify where have you been working before. So this is very essential, right? So in the past, you just write everything on a piece of paper and this is your CV, and then basically the rest of the process, or the participants that are supposed to look at this data just have to trust into it. So this is what APIs can also solve in most cases in real time. So it's also very user friendly, and yeah, for me, just a very exciting time to be alive, to basically work on this part, and also in this part of the world where there's really a problem to be solved.
Thanks so much, and I think it's also excellent as we try to build at least some alternative credit scoring for other Filipinos. When this data is coming around, at least the banks can benefit from this one. Talking about the roads that you're building, no? There's a road being built to GoTime, and I want to go back to Albert, because people might not be too familiar with what GoTime is. Can you just explain what GoTime is a bit, and at the same time how it is using, I guess, open finance and I guess digital technology really to bring banking to the unbanked?
Okay. Thanks, RJ. And pleasant good afternoon to all my fellow panelists. Just an overview of GoTime. I think you've had a chance to listen to or catch news clips around digital banking licenses being granted by the BSP. Okay, so GoTime is one of the 6 recipients of a digital banking license, and the composition of GoTime is basically two main partners. The more familiar partner is the Gokongwei Group, or JG Summit, which I think is a household name, lends a lot in terms of its ecosystem, in terms of democratization of certain products. So that's the Gokongwei Group, or the JG Group. Then you have Time Global, which is a large digital banking operator or company based in South Africa. The two came together and so to speak, joined forces, entered into an agreement to set up a digital bank here in the Philippines. Now, what's the difference of this digital bank compared to other digital banks? A quick Google check on what Time Global does in South Africa is that they've enabled digital banking transactions not through very, how do you say this, reachable, very ordinary physical means. No? So I refer to supermarket chains allowing cash in and cash out, accepting payments, etc., and so on and so forth, and acting in air quotes, no? Acting like bank tellers that you would have in a physical branch. With that in mind, you'll see why the marriage between Time Global and the JG Group, in particular, the Robinsons Retail Group, makes a lot of sense when you bring it to the Philippines. JG has a very, very large of retail stores, retail outlets that become points of contact for our fellow Pinoys, whether that be in urban areas, but more so in rural areas. The fact that we're an archipelago and there's not enough physical branches out there, this helps drive that and solve part of that situation. We at GoTime like to call this service phygital, where we enable digital transactions, digital collection of data, digital finance, but we don't fully let go of physical, because we still have to transact through the cajera or through our what we call digital kiosks, onboarding kiosks that will be located in Robinson's retail outlets. I hope that helps give you some view of GoTime.
And let us know also how we can open up our own GoTime account on. Is it available already that we can open up a GoTime account?
I'm glad you said that, RJ. Now I know who to chase once we're fully launched.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks so much, Abet, over there. I want to move now to Dr. Rojas. Dr. Rojas, this is a very interesting question. You're in the academia, and I think one of the key concerns that you also have right now is, correct me if I'm wrong, it's also a lot of the state of cybersecurity here in the Philippines, which is very nascent. But at the same time, you also want to make sure how do we get more students? I mean, there are sexier things that they can get into, like of course the edtech and all these different things that are coming up, or gaming. But how do we get them also more interested in helping build the cybersecurity and digital infrastructure here in the Philippines?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this. When we speak about encouraging the students, I believe education is the key. I believe their familiarity or knowledge about how broad the field of cybersecurity and the work to be done in this area will motivate them to take a career path in cybersecurity. From the students' perspective, actually, they want to take courses that will employ them easily after graduation. And if they know about this field, then most likely they will be encouraged to take this career path. I'll explain further now. Once they realize about the importance of this area, then they will realize that it's a promising area where the students can actually aim to get a good job after graduation. We know that the future is actually about digital currencies, crypto systems, blockchains, and so on. So we know there is no turning back to these things. No? So it's because of the fact that everything is getting digital nowadays. There is a chance for them to work after graduation. In fact, we have this. By the way, UPCBO has set up a cybersecurity research and extension center. This was funded by the OST. When it was set up, it was being set up, some students opted to have their UGTs or the job trainings in that center, and there are only a few of them. And then they attended some seminars, training related to cybersecurity, and of course they were able to use their gadgets or the equipment there, and they got interested actually. So and then after graduation, two of them employed right away after graduation in a cybersecurity related job in the industry. So I think it's a matter of letting them know what's in the field. And again, as long as we are in this digital age, digital systems, we cannot say that there is no more job for them in the future, because the more systems you have, the more also the problem for this warfare or cyber attacks and so on, which is actually very essential, especially for the financial institutions. This will not be gone. I think there's no turning back again. As long as we are in this digital age, And then because of that, again, the opportunity for working after after the graduation will be very wide, no, and very lucrative on the part of the students. No? So again, I think the key there for me is education. It's just a matter of letting them know what's in store for them once they take a path in the career path in cybersecurity. I think that's one way of, for me, it's just education.
Well, thanks so much, Dr. Ross. Hopefully there were some students listening here right now saying, oh, now it's a time for us to get into, now it's time to consider getting into learning more about cybersecurity. I want to bring in Jean right now of the ASEAN Financial Inclusion Network over here. Jean, just a question. We want to ask really right now, we're talking about financial services. How will things like digital banking that like what Abbott was talking about, how will start, and other financial services that we're creating, all these fintech, how will it disrupt the financial services? And particularly, how is it going to help many of the underbanked or unbanked, especially in a developing country like the Philippines?
Yeah, so I think we already see it disrupting right now. Like for instance, digital banking services, like easier payments online, checking balances and making payments via a mobile app. And all these are actually being accepted as a norm right now. We have also seen digital banking solutions being pushed down international payments and transfers, a service traditionally done only by a bank for a very long time and at a very high price to consumers actually. And right now, I think we will continue to see more flexible payments, companies innovate at a digital banking service, and with more banks following the same path. I think right now we have seen more banks develop innovation teams in their bank departments internally to even take charge of banking innovation. And even at Apex, we also offer a platform that allows all this new innovation. So we have our fintechs uploading their APIs, and we have the FIs joining in to use the platform to create new innovations for tomorrow. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Jean. And having said all that, it's been a really interesting discussion we've had all around. And again, I wish we had more time to go deeply into each one, to do deep dives to this discussion. But I'm going to step back again and ask the same question I asked in the previous panel as we start to wrap up this discussion. It's basically, again, we're speaking to members of the academy, we're speaking to small business owners or business owners, we're speaking to professionals, and they need to better understand what can they do to be involved or to find opportunities which lie in open finance and cybersecurity and this digital infrastructure. I'm going to start off asking again, I'm going to go back to Todd over here and ask him, what are the opportunities right now because of open finance that will open up to many Philippine entrepreneurs, not just here in the Philippines, but even globally?
Yeah, the fact that financial institutions are, I would say, starting the journey, but many have already begun the journey on developing APIs, and the fact that we now have a wave of digital banks going live in the coming months. It means that there are more and more opportunities for fintechs, or not even fintechs, but startups that want to offer financial services embedded inside their product to connect with licensed financial institutions using open finance and providing a much more tailored or customized or kind of overall more interesting app to their customers, again, without needing to go one by one and building some kind of custom integration and a customized pipe to connect to their banks. So what this means in terms of innovation and the next generation of startups, frankly, it's never been a better time to start a fintech startup or a business that may not be fintech but relies on having financial services, whether that's access to credit, whether that's payments, whether that's even retail investing, have that as part of the user experience. And the reason for that is because of the BSP's open finance roadmap, because the National Privacy Commission has already made a clear stance on the ability of customers to freely share their data with consent. It makes it easier than ever. And really, this is the equivalent of cloud services maybe 10, 15 years ago, where, again, if we were starting a startup, the first thing we would need to do would go spend $15,000, $20,000 on servers that we put in the garage, right? And before you have your first transaction or your first customer, right? And now, of course, you can access cloud services, and then you can just get started basically for free. And so with fintech, open finance enables something similar. Instead of spending the first 12 months securing partnerships one by one with financial institutions, actually the regulations are already in place, the technology is already in place with APIs. And so now it's just a question of building a product that really meets your customers' needs. And we're already seeing some early examples of that.
Thanks so much, Todd Schweitzer of Brancas. Moving on to Jerome, how can our upcoming SMEs and professionals take advantage of the growing digital banking ecosystem and open finance ecosystem? What's your advice to them?
Yeah, well, I think Todd has already said the most important points. I mean, get in touch with your API provider. It really depends what you want to achieve, right? So obviously, Smile is in the space of providing employment information that might be relevant. It's important to also that the next generation of entrepreneurs understands the use of APIs. So what we encounter a lot is, okay, this is how basically it works. The data is obtained with the end user under control. So it's not in the background. If a lot of users would actually know how in many countries right now data is obtained by just sending telephone numbers around, and that the amount of data that is just shared in this way, I think many users would not be very content with this. The way that APIs operate, again, is that the end user is in the driver's seat, so they can essentially see, this is the information that I have, that I own. It is somewhere in the cloud, but I am the subject, I own this data, and I'm sharing this. So this is the valuable next step that the entrepreneurs basically have to bring to their end users, and then really build on top of that infrastructure. Again, to use this example of a road or a piece of infrastructure that is built, it is built, and now the users come and they can basically use this infrastructure and provide next generation of services. So when the smartphone was built, nobody really, when the first iPhone came out, nobody really thought of Uber, nobody really thought of Grab, and nobody really has had the idea. So now the infrastructure is there. It's a similar picture. The new things can be built on top of this. Yeah. So and really, this is I cannot overestimate what is going to be built in the next 10 to 20 years or in the next 5 years on top of these infrastructures. So that there is, first of all, it works like grease in the machine of the economy. It will certainly add a few points in GDP. That fast infrastructure, that fast access of your information that you can share, it's going to, in the next few years, it's going to solve a lot of problems that we see in the Philippines, but definitely also across the region. So I'm very bullish, and I can only agree. What Todd said is a great example of the server infrastructure that was, came into play roughly 10 years ago, but really early in the 80s or even a little bit earlier, the access to venture capital. This is a similar push. Yeah. So when on Sand Hill Road in California, people decided to put venture capital into startups. This was a push. There's another push that came into, that you do not have to buy your own servers, that you have cloud at your availability. Now the API infrastructure, different sources of APIs. There will be more, not just employment, not just bank data, but more and more APIs that are available are going to be a similar infrastructure. And I'm very thankful to be in great company with Todd as well as Apex. So this is just, it shows that the region is really working very hard and building an infrastructure of infrastructure, so to say, to provide this access to the next generation of entrepreneurs. Really cool.
I love the sort of analogy which you put over here, where we have to start off. We didn't realize just what the floodgates that would open with technologies that things like the iPhone brought around. No, so hopefully this is the same thing. We're in this next generation where we will be building more apps on top of what's currently around. Having said that, Abet, your turn for go time. I mean, how will digital banking? What do you recommend to people right now, to the MSMEs listening right now, when it comes to doing their banking? You're mute, Abet.
Oh, sorry about that, RJ. Can you hear me now?
You're good.
All right. The biggest advice I would give them really is go out and try it. Let's not box ourselves into what's current. Yes, brick and mortar backing has been there. It's established. You're safe. You're secure. But that doesn't mean that the new crop of digital banks or fintechs won't be as secure, as safe. They can even be more efficient. Go out and try it. Same holds true for those who are looking to enter into the field. Same holds true for fintechs. In the whole chain, there will always be a spot where I think fintechs can play and solve. The payment process, the origination process, they're far from perfect. That's why APIs being built to help solve these solutions are how do you say this? Are being built very quickly. So the same advice for would-be fintechs, again, go out and try it. Use your e-wallets, use your banks as benchmarks. What are the pain points there? What do you think is inconvenient? And then solve for it. With regards to go time, when we talk about our MSMEs, in the same vein as trying it out, also invest in a little bit of research. Yes, you have your experience with what's current, but then you'll see that innovations or innovators like us are coming up with ways and means to solve your pain points. There's an advantage also to taking a look at what's familiar and then how the familiar is innovating to make it even better. I'm alluding to a combination of JG Summit and Time Global. A company that's known for democratizing services like airlines, like fast-moving consumer goods, and making it available for everybody. So here you have that kind of combination, which I hope will give you more comfort to try. So really, the biggest is go out and try. Don't be boxed into what's.
Thanks so much, Abet. Talking about just going out there and trying it, I want to go back to Jean, because Jean, tell us a bit more. What's your encouragement right now for these entrepreneurs who want to venture out into doing financial technology or doing a lot of innovations, but at the same time, there are also people out there who are still a bit more hesitant because the technology might be unfamiliar to them. What's your advice to our MSMEs listening to us here right now?
Use Apex. I mean, to be on Apex, we definitely go through a series of vetting, to ensure that the fintechs are legitimate. So for banks who actually use our platform, it actually benefits them because it has a pool of APIs and a lot of fintechs to choose from. Is a variety. So for entrepreneurs who want to get into this, you definitely need a platform to bridge the gap between yourself and the other party. And Apex is definitely the platform to do so. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jean. And finally, to round out this discussion, Dr. Robert, again, to our students enjoying this discussion here right now, what is your advice to them when it comes to the world of open finance, digital infrastructure, and cybersecurity?
Okay, I will just focus on cybersecurity issues. Area. Well, the students, I advise them, if possible, to take courses on cybersecurity. And for the institutions, the HEIs, for example, much better if they offer some courses in the curriculum In fact, the one that I cited, the examples that I cited a while ago, two students, they did not have any background actually in their on cybersecurity from the curriculum because they belong to the old curriculum. Our new curriculum now, the newest is the first. This semester is the first time that we offer this cybersecurity as a course. I mean, yeah, as a course in the program. So if the students have the opportunity to enroll in this particular course, for example, in their respective HCIs, for example, maybe as an elective. No, if it's not part of the curriculum, maybe it can be taken as an elective. But much better if it's really part of the curriculum, so that the students, all of the students, especially the computer science students, will be able to enroll. Because of course, if it's elective, then they may opt not to take it because they don't know the background about it. No? So I think I'll advise the students not to please try your best to enroll even in elective courses. But if there is an offering in the program, just make sure that you have also the right faculty. Actually, we have to be honest. It's difficult to find faculty to handle this course actually, no? Because it's not yet part of the curriculum. So the faculty that will be handling it will be just reading from books. But we can also encourage those who are practicing this in the industry, for example, if they can share their knowledge by teaching, as part-time lecturers in the academy, so that there will be a link between the industry and the academy, because sometimes that's the problem. Now the industry is quite far from what is in the academy, but much better if there's this link. No? And of course, the students will be benefited out of this, and I'm sure the students will really be assured of jobs after the graduation. No? And of course, for the other items, like what other panelists mentioned, then of course we encourage them to try, because in the end we'll be left out if we will not try. No? You cannot deal with some transactions anymore if we are left out. So I encourage them to try any of these available infrastructures and so on, systems and so on, that involve the use of this digitalizations and so on. That's all I think. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Ross. Dr. Ross, hope to help you. We can do virtual classrooms to be able to get people more calibrated to where we should be with regard to technology. Again, thank you so much to all the speakers. And again, can we just request for one more photo opportunity, since we now have Jean over here? We would love to have the only rose among all the thorns over here in our photo as well. So can we please bring everybody to the front of the stage? Oh, with Amor again, and Amor joining us. So I'll just invite Amor to join us as well for the photo. Okay, guys, smile in 3, 2, 1. And again, thank you so much for joining us for this panel discussion. Very thankful to all the speakers. Again, if you don't mind, to all the speakers, just put your contact information in our chat box so that we can work with you for further initiatives of Digital Pilipinas. And having said that, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you've been enjoying so far our panels here this afternoon. And if you've been enjoying, please make sure to tag us online. You can tag us using hashtag Digital Pilipinas, or you can also tag us at Digital Pilipinas on Facebook and also on LinkedIn. Now, before we move on, and as the world becomes more and more accessible through the internet, one of the main concerns that stems out from this one is the metaverse and fintech. Now, our next panel of speakers will help us gain more understanding on these two very hot topics. But before that, we'd like to show you the Digital Pilipinas video, which we launched earlier on. This video will illustrate what we hope to achieve when it comes to our country's technological development and what it will mean to the Filipino people. Please watch this.
Digital Pilipinas is the largest private sector-led movement to build an ecosystem for innovation and technology for the country. And our hope is to not just take on some of the largest problems of the Philippines that are addressable with technology, but collectively to raise our innovation quotient as a country. We are experiencing a technology renaissance here in the Philippines, where the best and brightest from all over the world are actually choosing to domicile themselves here in the Philippines. Now what we're seeing is an influx of global technology talents choosing to headquarter themselves here in the Philippines because we have the greatest talent for it. We have a killer ecosystem, the most enabling regulators. So the formula for success to build a great technology business is here in the Philippines.
Digital Pilipinas, as a movement, represents the most expansive, industry-driven effort to bring together the champions of emerging technologies with the business leaders who are committed to transforming the landscape. It is our honor and privilege to once again co-convene Digital Pilipinas. Let the world feel the excitement as our nation becomes a center for innovation.
This year, we have 4 priority areas. Number 1 is MSME digitalization and e-commerce. The ultimate objective is to be able to trade in trust and in confidence outside of your traditional borders. All of the technological advancements that
Can you
we're
give me the notice
experiencing
of this
right
one?
now is really intended to create more cross-border cooperation. Digital Pilipinas is the channel partner of Proxtera, the global procurement arm of the MAS that is intended to create a safe space for entrepreneurs from all over the world to be able to trade in security and in trust.
As a pioneer in e-commerce in electronics, my vision is to see every Filipino household having a gadget purchased from Kim Store. We share the same goal with Digital Pilipinas, pursuing the same mission, gathering talented individuals who can make a change and putting Philippines in the center of innovation.
The Philippine e-commerce market is forecasted to be the fastest growing e-commerce market globally this year, growing by more than 25%. That has created a very dynamic part of the economy. It's powered by the marketplaces and shop platforms, powered by a whole network of enablers, by a whole community and a whole industry that is developing there to support e-commerce. And Digital Filipinas is bringing together a lot of those ecosystem stakeholders, and as such I'm very glad to be part of the Digital Filipinas movement that helps to develop this vibrant industry in the Philippines.
The second work stream that we're championing in Digital Pilipinas is the creation of an API-led economy. We're looking at launching an API marketplace that would allow for continuous innovation and continued connection between businesses and organizations here in the Philippines.
An API-led economy is about unbundling products so that customers can access what they want when they want it at a competitive price. They can use APIs, connect to a startup that's specifically serving that community. And that's the power of the API-led economy. It allows the product and the providers and the users who are receiving and benefiting from that product to connect in ways they couldn't before.
Financial inclusion is ensuring that we make financial services accessible and affordable to every individual and business in the country. It also allows us to educate and promote discovery on their own and assist them with the right services anywhere they are and anytime they need it.
The third work stream that we're championing in Digital Pilipinas is all about micro-education and micro-certification. The way we look at education has tremendously changed throughout the years. No longer are kids committed to take a 4, 6, 7-year course in university, and instead they're focusing on technological skills that are snackable and easy to acquire, immediately certifiable, and with your credentials being carried with you in the blockchain. We will be launching this year an internship program that would allow undergraduates or career shifters to be able to experience several corporations in 1 year, so that by the time that they graduate from the internship or the fellowship program, they are Web 3.0 ready.
We have to embrace the idea of micro-credentials, micro-certifications, or even micro-degrees. What it is really is learning less things and learning things faster. What we need to do together with Digital Pilipinas is create that bridge that will address the skills gap in this new economy. From what skills you have now and what you need to do to get the skills you need tomorrow.
So the way we see EdTech is really to solve not just one or two pain points, but really solve most of the pain points of the entire ecosystem. And that's really by pushing for digital learning and helping both not just the students and their parents, but also the teachers, the schools, and all the institutions like government and corporates that are working towards independent, well-trained, successful citizenry that can get the jobs and the careers that they want.
Embracing digital opportunities requires developing new digital skills. There is no question about it. This means empowering learning, supporting public policies for reskilling, and encouraging continuous improvements in that area. As we consider the challenges facing the world today, we at Microsoft acknowledge the enormous responsibility we have to ensure that the technology we are building benefits everyone around us. And it has to be in line with our mission, which is to empower every person and every organization on the planet.
And last but not the least is, of course, FinTech, which is the fuel that fires all of these industries. We look at FinTech not so much as a vertical, but rather a horizontal that powers various industries. During the pandemic, everyone talked about the dramatic increase in digitalization and also in digital transformation. A lot of what precipitated that was actually the movement of money. And the movement of money in those various verticals was brought about by FinTech. In our case, we will ensure that FinTech will continue to not just energize but revitalize legacy industries for the country.
To have also a basis by which, I used the word laymanize earlier, but by which we can laymanize the application of technology and understand the fact that we can only do so much relative to educating or telling or basically increasing the level of financial literacy of people. So there can be an approach wherein it can be hybrid. There can be an approach by which we can be more patient about people not adopting immediately.
What FinTech did is they proved that the minimum digital hygiene of 24/7 accessibility, Six Sigma reliability, real-time transactions, safe and secure was very possible. The use of mobiles and other devices allowed those services to be self-service in many ways. So that basically increased the accessibility of financial services to a broader set of the population.
We recognize that not one company can make finance for all happen. We believe in the power of collaboration and how it could speed up inclusion. This will help us in our desire to empower communities, because even the tiniest contribution adds up and has a snowball effect to create meaningful waves of impact in the country today.
Digital Pilipinas has been one of the strongest advocates for the use of technology in multiple industries in Philippines. Now, for Philippines to be the center of cryptocurrency and blockchain, it's important that there are macro policies created that incentivizes companies to invest in Philippines. Secondly, the understanding of blockchain ecosystem and cryptocurrencies is included in the education syllabus. And last but not the least, the research and development around this technology is incentivized.
The right timing, the right ingredients are all in place. We can truly start the beginning of our road to a digital Pilipinas.
Let's all build a cyber-secure digital Pilipinas.
Together, let's build a digital Pilipinas through open finance.
Through e-commerce.
Through EduTech.
Through FinTech.
Mabuhay ang digital Pilipinas.
Mabuhay.
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 Let's build a digital Pilipinas together.
And of course, mabuhay rin to the next set of guests. We'll be talking about fintech and the metaverse. I'm glad I've spoken to many of them in my own podcast. We have over here our next set of panelists. First of all, I'd like to welcome here from DragonPay, Mr. Robertson Chiang. Dick Chiang is the founder, president, and CTO of DragonPay, a payment platform that provides alternative online payment solutions focusing on cash and other forms of debit-based payments like online banking and ATM. We also have joining us right now Eng Teng Wong of PruLife UK. Believing that health is the ultimate wealth, Eng Teng Wong is highly passionate about making their customers and consumers healthier at scale and speed through hashtag Pulse by Prudential. In leading PruLife UK as president and CEO, he keeps going back to his core belief that health is the ultimate wealth. We have as well Mario Berta. Mario Berta of Igloo Insure. Mario is a highly experienced CEO within the tech industry. He has a demonstrated history of building, scaling, and training international teams from scratch up to 300 people across Southeast Asia region. He is currently the country managing director of Igloo Insure. We are also joined by Oscar Tan Abing of Anatoy, founder and CEO of Anatoy's Collectibles, and he'll tell us a bit more about that later on in our discussion. And we also have joining us Yang Yang Zhang of Sendit. Yang Yang is a managing director of Sendit Philippines. She was born in China and moved with her parents to the US when she was still a child. And she has a keen awareness of her circumstances and of the comfort zones most of the time. She started to code as early as 5 years old, and growing up as a programming-obsessed person, Yang Yang earned her bachelor's degree from MIT, majoring in computer science. Before joining Sendit, she was the co-founder and chief of strategy of a cryptocurrency trading platform here in the Philippines, where she discovered the opportunities of the Philippines' financial infrastructure. With that, may I please welcome to the front of the stage all my fellow guests here. If you don't mind, let's put them here all on the platform. Again, guys, thanks so much for joining us. Amor, can you join us as well? Can we bring Amor also to the front of the stage? Thank you so much, Amor. So let's take a nice picture. 3, 2, 1. Smile, guys. In 3, 2, 1. Okay. So let's start off with our discussion. And if you don't mind, the first part of this discussion really, I just need to provide some context to all of our panelists, is that some people here are just, they're listening to Digital Pilipinas for the first time. They're trying to learn about these new technologies. So some of the terminologies might not be familiar to them. So I'm going to start off by getting maybe an explanation of what is fintech, and how does it actually help MSMEs grow their business? What does it do to improve the ecosystem? And I'm looking at two good friends over here. I'm looking at Dick, and I'm looking also at Yang Yang over here to help us better understand those two things. So let's start off with that one. Dick, maybe you can explain. You're sort of like I wouldn't say a veteran. No? I mean, you don't look like a veteran to me. You look very young to me, Dick. But maybe explain a bit more of what encompasses fintech, and in your way, how is fintech helping improve the lives of everyday Filipinos?
Thank you, RJ. I was afraid you were going to make a slight joke there about my age. But anyway, so fintech, I guess broadly defined, would be everything finance related, whether they be financial education, they could be payments, they could be broadly, they could even cover things like insurance, things that we do. It could include banking, anything to do with money, and then you merge that with technology, which allows us to check our bank account through a mobile phone, or make a payment by just sending an SMS. So these are all things that allow us to improve our lives by making financial decisions really quickly, and being able to transact seamlessly and easily through the use of technology.
Yeah, and having said that, looking also at what you've learned through DragonPay, how exactly does it help improve, I guess, not just the efficiency? I mean, we're seeing right now that there are things that improve. But what are you seeing as how fintech is actually helping a developing country like the Philippines to, I guess, leapfrog or improve services or improve the lives of the people who are less privileged?
Well, I think it's interesting that if you look at countries who have skipped the plastic cards, like in the US, where everybody practically has a plastic card, there is really no major shift in the way they do things. But if you compare that, for example, with the likes of China, wherein plastic cards was not a big thing, they were able to leapfrog that stage and went directly to mobile. So now practically everybody in China can easily do payments by using either Alipay or WeChat Pay. And same is true, I guess, even in certain parts of Africa, the often quoted M-Pesa in Kenya and Tanzania, wherein people have resorted, they've skipped the plastic card stage as well and went straight to a different form of payment. So it's interesting because in the Philippines, because we've always had a very low credit card penetration, and the Philippine market has always been tech savvy, and very social. So we are seeing the possibility of a revolution here, wherein we're jumping to the next stage and also skipping the credit card stage. So in an economy like this, wherein credit history is very low, this would allow people to transact, both open a financial account, even without the usual requirements that would have been required if we were in a more traditional environment, I guess.
Got that. Thanks so much, Dick. And having said that, I'm going to move on to Yang over here. Yang, I know that you came over to the Philippines because you spotted the opportunities present here in the country, particularly first in the crypto space, but now you're seeing in the financial inclusion space. Tell us a bit more. What exactly did you see as being a great opportunity here in the Philippines that Zendit is addressing, and just how does it help out also the ecosystem, the financial ecosystem of the Philippines?
So I think in terms of, one, what I saw in the crypto space and now what I see in the payment space, it all comes down to the same thing. It's always infrastructure, right? And I think for Zendit, our mission really across the region has always been that. We want to build infrastructure. We want to build the roads between financial institutions and not just act as a player in the payment space. And so I think for me, when we talk about what we're trying to build, that really is the base layer on which economies, companies can continue to scale, right? I think that it's the same expression as, teach a man to fish and he'll be able to feed himself forever. It's the same thing. When you build the infrastructure, you're not connecting one player to another, one integration at a time. You're really becoming that aggregator that will collate all of these different channels, every new player that comes to the market, every new digital innovator, and give even the smallest SMEs access to using all of those services. So I think for us, the way that we see, the crypto space, the metaverse, traditional finance, it's all the same to us. We are the hub. And I think, things that we've kind of done in this market to try to, promote this mission have been, partnering up with DragonPay, for example, because I think DragonPay has had, by far built the largest, most respected network of these, traditional players. And we wanted to have access to offering those to our customers. And so I think really for me, fintech is all about infrastructure. It's really about helping scale. Making sure that every small action, every small bill that we actually are able to complete is able to help hundreds, thousands of merchants all at the same time. And also to make the barrier to entry for each new fintech participant lower and lower as we continue to build in country.
Thanks so much, Yang and Dick, for helping us better understand how fintech is making just inroads in the country and really helping actually the way I see it is bringing more of the unbanked into the banking system here as well at the same time. Now, another aspect of fintech is, of course, insurance. And you know what? It's also disrupting the insurance industry in many interesting ways during these really interesting times. So not least, during this pandemic, there have been many ways that the insurance industry has been disrupted, both positively and maybe adversely at the same time. So I want to start off this discussion with Mr. Eng Teng Wong. Now, Mr. Wong, insurance has traditionally been a push product, and really in the Philippines, and I'm used to it, where it's a face-to-face encounter with many of your clients when they try to make you invest in their policies. How is fintech disrupting the distribution model for the insurance industry, particularly during these pandemic times where you can't do a lot of face-to-face encounters?
Right. Thank you, RJ. And first of all, thank you, Digital Filipinas, for the invitation to share a bit of my experience with the audience. And consistent with the culture of True Life UK, at any point of the day, we wish everyone magandang umaga, right? Which is the time when we have the best level of energy and focus. So let me touch a little bit on the purpose of PruLife UK, which is actually to help people get the most out of life. And I want to commend Digital Filipinas for having this, whereby we have industry leaders, right, focusing on how to make life better for everyone, especially in the space of insurance. In the last 2 to 3 years, the pandemic has actually accelerated the takeout or adoption of technology in really making our life better, especially in still be able to reaching out to customers, consumer across the Philippines and beyond, right? Where I refer to as OFWs. And in this case, we have actually chosen intentionally to tackle health, which is perhaps, in my own opinion, a more complex problem compared to wealth. Why? Because ultimately, I would just like to actually challenge the audience here, including the speakers. You know, we often talk about health, but we don't do health. We often talk about wealth and we do wealth, right? So in this case, we intentionally tackle the more difficult subject called health, because you see, to help people get the most out of life and to be consistent with the focus about making our customers healthier, then we launch Pulse, which is our all-in-one, first of its kind AI-powered app, available free for download for even non-customers, for everyone. And that was done 2 years ago. It comes with what I call AI-powered self-assessment, and also by completing that, you get a digital twin. And that actually resulted in over 2 million plus registered users in a span of just 2 years. Right? And what happens to these users? They become more aware of their health and they know more about the need for protection. And beyond protection is what we call postponement and prevention. Right? I think majority of us can agree with me that, you know, prevention is better than, you know, cure. Right? So in this case, the pandemic has really raised the level of awareness of consumers, and with the technology that we have, we further empower our largest, youngest, strongest, and most professional agency workforce, which covers more than 50% of the workforce in terms of agency distribution, right? So combining technology with human workforce, we deliver, we digitalize, and we humanize growth for good to ensure that the Philippines has a higher chance in terms of widening insurance penetration in the market. Just last point to share. Do you know that as a percentage of GDP, compared to the peers in Southeast Asia, Philippines is lagging behind in terms of insurance penetration? The last number I saw was only 1.4% of the population of 111 million. So huge opportunity. I'll touch more, right, when it's actually my term again. So thank you, RJ. It's just a quick introduction and context setting. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Wong. And that was a great context that you put us all into over there. And talking about insurance, no, I like, you know, like I said, it's a nice gray space. There's so many people who are still uninsured or underinsured here in the Philippines. And I'm so happy that you also have Mario over here working in the insurance space to make sure. I think in Igloo, their purpose is to help people get insurance for all. So Mario, can you help us understand? Unlike PruLife UK, it really began as, I guess, as a startup, you know, as a tech startup for insurance. Help us better understand how does I would call it InsurTech, right? How does InsurTech also help address this need of the underinsured or uninsured here in the Philippines?
Yeah, sure, Ajay. Thank you very much for the question, and I'm happy we put some context with my colleague from PruLife a moment ago. So just for a clarification, and then I'll immediately address your question. So, an InsurTech generally, like us, it is technically not an underwriter. So we do leverage on underwriting capability of companies like PruLife, Manulife. In our case, is Mercantile, Etica. We use local underwriter, which are licensed to actually underwrite the product, and they assume the risk. Our job is to bring the product to light, meaning we help them designing a product which is underwritten by them, and then we help them with a multiplier effect into distribution. And that's where the microinsurance plan come into place, meaning that, you know, it makes no economic sense for any insurance company to have a broker going around into barangay by barangay to sell a 50 pesos insurance, right? That's where a technological plug and play enabler like us come into play. Actually, just yesterday, we'll launch our first product with Shopee into the Philippines, where starting from yesterday, every time you purchase a phone or a phone accessory, automatically Shopee will prompt you with a pop-up to see if you want to buy an insurance attached to that specific phone, attached to that specific accessory, and maybe the insurance is 20 pesos, right? So that's the power of technology and distribution, which allow us to tap into millions of consumers in a nanosecond. Another example is something we're very proud of. We brought a lot of innovations into the Philippine market. We new product that did not exist before, like the one that we have with Gcash, which is called cyber retail fraud, which basically means that if you do open Gcash, go in the G-Insure section and buy the cyber protection, anything that happens to you in terms of online fraud, you are covered, right? Again, this is a product that did not exist before, but that's also a product where the demand arises because the e-commerce business has grown, right? So otherwise, this product will not make any economic sense. So I think the task, the job, the ultimate vision of companies like iGlue, like we said, is insurance for all, is being able to empower any consumer to acquire insurance product for their specific need at any point in time from the comfort of the living room. I would like to give you just one additional example. I'm working on a very exciting product which really helped the vast majority of Filipinos. I'm gonna use just one example, but then you can replicate it across various spectrum. Let's imagine I'm a fisherman, and I'm a fisherman in the provinces, right? And I fish twice a week, right? So even if I understand the importance to have a personal accident insurance, if I fish only once a week or 4 times a month, I will not purchase a yearly package. Doesn't make any economic sense for me, right? So what I would like to do is being able to empower, let's say a sari-sari store to sell in the barangay a 10 pesos personal accident insurance, which will cover the fisherman from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Something happens to the person while he's working, it will get covered, right? And if you are capable to bring this product into the market, the sky's the limit, because just like my colleagues mentioned before, the penetration of the Philippines is among the lowest in the world. And we can suddenly and instantly empower sari-sari store across the country to sell 10 pesos policies, and suddenly we can insure millions of Filipinos across the country.
Wow, fantastic. Thanks so much, Mario. And having said that, we're going to go back to both you and Engteng Wong later on, because really a lot of interesting stuff going on in the insurtech space. But now I want to go a bit more into the metaverse space here right now. And I want to talk to Mr. Oscar Tan Abing. And I wasn't able to properly introduce his company earlier on. Oscar is the founder and president of Ano Toys. Tama ba yan, Oscar? Ano Toys Collectibles, the leading e-commerce platform for premium collectibles catering to clients globally. Ano Toys is adapting the Web 3.0 technology and will soon launch a pioneering and first of its kind online marketplace equipped with its own private blockchain. So I know the question that I'm going to ask you right now, Oscar, and we're going to talk about the fintech and the metaverse. And I think that what you do, especially when it comes to collectibles, is that it's perfect to talk about the metaverse. Just for context, I had a long discussion this morning for a roundtable discussion with IMAP, where I talked with John Rubio of the metaverse of Meta, and together with Joey Tapia of Octopus and Whale, formerly of NewWorks, and they're both in the NFT space. They're both, of course, doing the metaverse space. And many people seem to be a bit confused right now still. What exactly is the metaverse? So maybe, if you don't mind, let's put everybody on the same page, and maybe you can explain to them, I don't know, in not so many words, what exactly is the metaverse?
Thank you very much, RJ. First, before I answer that question, I just want to say thank you to Digital Filipinas for inviting us here. It's really an honor to be part of this movement to bring greater good. So allow me to answer that in layman's term, RJ. So I have a son. I have an 8-year-old son, 30. His name is 30. And he's playing Roblox. So for all of you who don't know Roblox, Roblox is a game where it's a marketplace for games, where you choose different games. So in that space, my son, my 8-year-old son, playing Roblox, and he told me, Dad, I want to buy a Robux. Give me 10,000 Robux, please. And he's been begging me to buy 10,000 Robux for 1 week. He said, Anak, why should I buy a Robux? It's so expensive. Why don't you just buy toys? I said, Dad, I have so many toys already. I want Robux, right? And that, my friend, is a picture of metaverse. It's a different universe transcending ourselves. The next generation is very, very into it. Imagine the next generation. That's why all brands are going into it. All fashion, toys, collectibles, crypto, everything's in the metaverse at the moment. It's going to be so huge. So what we're doing at Toys Collectibles is basically bridging the gap of physical and digital. So even if you don't know metaverse, even if you don't know NFTs, it will impact your life the next few years because this is huge. So NFT, basically, it's a poster with signature of an artist. So basically, you just claim a poster that is yours, and it's the first time in history that digital authentication is available. So for our space, it is huge. So right now, what we're building and what we're launching soon, the Anatoys Collectiverse, is a marketplace for, it's an ecosystem for creatives, artists, and fans alike to be protected, to exchange talents, at the same time, properties. So to maximize, powered by all possible because of the blockchain technology.
Okay, and having said that, now I want to tie this back to the idea that this is a fintech. It's a fintech discussion. Can you please link back also for the people here right now because they're trying to better understand, and I know it's a long discussion. So basically, you're developing a sort of like a marketplace where all the people who got NFTs or non-fungible tokens can go to and sort of show, hey, these are my products, and then they can buy it from that space. Is that right? And then how does fintech come into play over here?
All right, so there's a lot of things that will tie up to fintech here. So crypto space and metaverse are all connected even to fintech. So payment solutions would change a little bit, right? So there will be, Web 2.0 payment solutions available, and definitely there will be Web 3.0 payment solutions available for this. Insurance would also be part of it since we're dealing with heavily, highly valuable collectibles, digital collectibles. So insurance would change. Things would change. So that's just a small part of fintech. But what I'm really excited about is what it will impact the economy. So RJ, to answer your question, just a small glimpse of fintech there. Real estate will be part of this too.
Wow. For physical real estate.
Yes, sir. So basically we want to create, for example, like a statue, right? You have a digital collectible plus a physical collectible statue. So that itself is really valuable because you can authenticate it the first time you can authenticate this. And we have a social media platform for this for fanatics, for fans to enjoy one another and trade.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks so much. This deserves a panel all on its own, Oscar. But then we can talk about that later on. Having said that, now I want to go back again to my good friends over here, both Dick and Yang over here. And you know what? Like I said, like in the earlier panels, we've got people listening here for the first time, and they're trying to see how can I adopt these technologies into my own business? How does it help me? What's the first step that I should do to make sure I can leverage fintech for business or fintech for my profession? I will start with Dick. Dick, what are you seeing as the opportunities that where I guess where they can start off? Because for some people, it's still very amorphous. It's great to have, but how do I start off right now?
Well, I guess the most common problem of people going online with their business is how to accept payments. Since the start of the pandemic, a lot of businesses have shifted online, and I guess those that haven't shifted eventually disappeared already. But when you start selling online, of course, the question is how do you get payment from the other party, from the buyer? And you're correct. Get traditionally, if you're talking 3, 4, 5 years ago, if the question was how do you get accredited to accept Visa and MasterCard from the acquiring banks, it would be a very long process.
Wow,
very complicated. Yes, but nowadays, again, and since we've practically leapfrogged the plastic card stage, and people have pretty much adopted mobile payments, e-wallet payments. And so it is something as simple as scanning a QR code nowadays. But of course, there is always the part of how do you integrate with all these payment gateways. And thankfully today, there's a lot of different options from going to something like Shopify, where everything is already pre-integrated, to simple email-based links, or the seller rather, being able to send you a link to make a payment. And both DragonPay and Zendit have various solutions that cater to various levels of technological maturity of the seller. So whether you're a small home-based mom and pop selling chocolate cakes or desserts, to you're an enterprise merchant selling a very wide array of items, there is all sorts of solutions that will integrate easily, from anything as simple as email to instant messaging, like a Facebook Messenger, to a full-blown shopping cart. So it's not really for the faint of heart anymore, and there's a lot of simple solutions. And yeah, I'm sure Yang would have a lot of things to share as well.
Yes, exactly. Thanks for that. Thanks for having that great segue to Yang over there. And Yang, I know that we've talked separately in other panels as well, where you can share a lot of benefits where Zendit's actually helping growing MSMEs in the Philippines here as well. So please share with us a lot of the solutions which can help many of the entrepreneurs and professionals and business owners out there.
Sure. I think, as Dick mentioned, there really are now a lot of just easier interfaces, right, for these merchants to get started. And I think that, especially as we roll out InstaPay 2.0, with the QRPH standard coming into play, it will become easier and easier for merchants to get started really with just uploading one app. In terms of, how we try to help MSMEs, I think the first is that the BSP and, the DTI in general are so supportive of MSMEs, SMEs having access to digital payments, having access to the full array of fintech products that an enterprise would have access to. And so as part of that, I think we really do have the BSP to think in terms of these relaxed KYC standards, or these more understanding, I think, business first KYC standards that allow us to onboard MSMEs at sometimes even individual sellers for some channels, as long as we are the ones who perform the transaction monitoring, the fraud analysis, to make sure that consumers are protected. So I think on that front, really the biggest effort that has been put forth in the last few years really has been lowering that bar to entry. I think second is also just Zendit, at least personally, has this really deep desire to help businesses not have to use a lot of upfront capital in order to get started with digital payments. So I think we've had several programs, through our time here in the Philippines market. One of them is called the Level Up program, in which we actually sponsor the first couple 100,000 pesos worth of transactions for any SME that applies to us in order to get sponsored and try digital payments for the first time. The second is our VC program. So for any VC-funded company in the Philippines, we also have special programs to kind of help them even with extended support through their scaling process. And I think as part of that, what we want to do is make sure that we are the backbone, as companies push out into even more exciting metaverse applications. We don't want to limit ourselves to really just being the payment gateway only for traditional companies or for traditional finance. We want to make sure that we're ready for the newest, best, most exciting startup. We want them to think of Zendit as their solution. And so I think for us, we're always trying to find more creative solutions, whether it's the P2E space, whether it is the metaverse, whether it is any kind of new MSME geared startup. Locally, we want to find a way to facilitate their business and help them scale.
Thanks so much. I think that Oscar, it's good for you to talk offline together with Yang and see how they can help you grow the business as well.
Right.
Thank you so much. And having said that, I want to go. We've talked about the fintech space. I want to go back now to the insurtech space and go back to Mr. Wong. Mr. Wong, it's been an interesting time for insurance, like you said, in the Philippines. A lot of potential for the insurance industry. A lot of people we can still continue to insure, and of course, companies like yours are doing their best to make sure that you're able to serve a lot more people in the country. And how is fintech, or particularly insurtech, how do you see that accelerating the adoption of insurance in the country from your perspective?
Thank you, RJ. Working with various different partners, focusing on customers. Last year, just to share with the audience, right? We launched over 50 bite-sized products. A bite-sized product is defined as a simple, easy to understand product that you can purchase with a maximum of 3 clicks without underwriting. It's guaranteed issuance, just to challenge Mario a little bit, right? And this is related to health, right? Because of the small sum assured, because of the pooling of risk, because of the age that these users who are engaging with us, we know how to target these specific segments. And that actually addresses the first point that you mentioned. Insurance products traditionally are actually sold, not bought. But just I'm sitting here with all of you sharing the experience. I know that there are some new customers buying our products today, right? Because of the heightened levels of awareness in terms of the need for protection. And last year, we actually intentionally launched a campaign to revitalize the awareness by giving out freemium COVID-19 protection. And during that campaign, just over about a month, we actually attracted 100,000 Filipinos and families who actually registered, downloaded the app, registered, and get these protections. And today, we are actually paying some of these claims, right? So the point here is actually, the pandemic has actually given us a window of opportunity to really help people get the most out of life, despite the challenges. And the last example to share, earlier I talked about 30,000 agents, right? To ensure that there is continued livelihood of these agents, being able to still provide professional advice consistently to customers or to-be customers. I want to actually thank the Insurance Commission for actually approving virtual consultation and virtual face-to-face selling. So the technology, besides powers that we have, that allows our agents and empowers our agent to really complete what I call the sale of more complex products, right? Like investment link. Mario, in this case, we still have underwriting. We still have, but some portion of that sale is what we call straight through. Because earlier, one of the speakers mentioned e-payment. Is true. If somebody make payment, e-payment, we can confirm that the financial underwriting is good, medical underwriting is good, the transaction will just go through, and the issuance of policy is instantaneous. We have the experience of issuing this complex policy within 2 minutes, right? And for the bite-sized product, it's less than 5 seconds. And the customers, to give the complete digital experience, the customer can view their policy through the app that we provide called Pulse. So now that I've actually stirred up a little bit of Mario, I'm sure Mario will share a lot more experience as well. So thank you, RJ. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Wong. And what I like is the idea that, I like how you graduate people basically from the bite size, because what was nice about the pandemic was that the silver lining was that it realigned people's priorities. If they were spending on luxury goods or travel, they said, okay, no, health is wealth. The first thing I spend on is, getting insurance, but you can do bite size, and eventually if it meets your standards, you move up to I guess higher value insurance products. So again, very nice, very nice. For me, I find it very elegant strategy. Now, having said that, I want to go back again to Mario. A lot of challenges put out to you, Mario, by Mr. Wong. But aside from that one, I want to know, especially, I like how, as an entrepreneur, your products really resonate with me, because the idea is that, we can insure more people, and we can really get out to the, I work with a lot of advocacy groups, small fishermen, small farmers, small businessmen, and they need this type of products. What do you suggest to all the entrepreneurs and business people listening to you here right now on how they can help InsurTech, or what you guys do, can really help even grow or improve, I guess, employment opportunities here in the Philippines?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So just to address my colleague before, we are completely insurance agnostic. Like, we will work with anybody as long as they give us a good product at a great pricing and will allow us to offer a great customer experience. So please touch base with me. I'm happy to sit down here, narrow me, and then we'll bring fantastic product, bite-sized the way you want it to the market. So just for full disclosure. We are specialized in, let's say if I pick an industry, let's say e-commerce, right? The typical case that we do with Shopee now is that we attach a digital product, an insurance, to a physical product, which is a phone, right? So Shopee will sell you a physical product, a phone, and Shopee, through his own underwriter, will attach a digital product. So that will allow Shopee to increase ticket size, and of course, and they get a commissions out of it, right? We do this across Southeast Asia, across a number of platforms, and across various industries. So we are talking to a real estate broker that they are transacting a sales of residential property, and they want to attach property insurance to that transaction, right? So it doesn't have to talk. I don't have to talk about the big e-commerce companies, but we can help basically any companies to attach a digital product, which is an insurance, to any physical product or other digital services that are selling, right? So that's really our unique value proposition, which if everybody will ask, yeah, but what is preventing an insurance companies to do what you guys do? And it's very nice to say, still nobody's done it, not even the United States, not even in China, right? I mean, I've been in various industries, and there's always the question, why the incumbent doesn't fight the disruptor? Well, the answer is it takes a class at the MBA to explain you all of this, but reality is that most of the time doesn't happen, right? So we are neither an incumbent. We are not an incumbent because we're not an insurance company, but we are a disruptor, meaning that we're disrupting one specific part of the insurance business, which is the distribution, right? So we have very strong relationship with all the underwriters. We want to work with all of them. Our objective is to bring better product, more affordable product, and more innovative product.
Fantastic. Got that over there. And before I move on to the next speaker, let's all put your emails over there. I invite Mr. Enteng Wong, Mario, please, and Jan, Dick, Oscar, please put your emails there in our chat box, because there's an opportunity for you guys to talk and see how each of your companies can synergize. I think it's going to be a really great opportunity for us, especially for both Mario and Mr. Wong to work together over there. Having said that, I'm going to go back to Oscar again. Oscar, and you, I mean, so you know what, I coming out of my talk here this morning, I was just blown away by the fact that, you know what, of course, it's the gaming community which is getting really big into the metaverse. About 55 to 65% of our gamers have cryptocurrency right now. NFTs have taken off like anything here in the Philippines. We've got people. We have an Indonesian NFT token where he took a selfie of himself, which is now valued at $1 billion US. A lot of opportunities and business opportunities arising in that field of the metaverse and NFTs, and it's so hard to sift as to what to do, no? But for the entrepreneurs and for the MSMEs and for the corporations listening to us here right now, how do they start off in this industry, and what are the opportunities that they can start off with as well?
All right, thank you, RJ, for the question. Right, so basically, yes, you're right. Gaming and cryptocurrency and NFT is just a match in heaven. So, and thank God we're basically trickling down on the gaming industry because we have this collectible space, right? So, for entrepreneurs out there who are hesitant to go to the metaverse, I think they just have to see the trend. They just have to see what's going on. Like in our space, the collectible space, you would see like Mattel. Hot Wheels Mattel just announced September 2021, they're going to NFT. Toys R Us, right? Partnered with NFT in November 2021. LOL Surprise also December, they announced Funko Pop, Hasbro, big brands. Yes, sir. Big brands globally are going to NFT, and they're going to the crypto space. They're going to the metaverse. Now, it's so hard to imagine it now in the Philippines because we're in the forefront of this one. However, you would see, like an example that I told you, the next 5 years would be huge in this space for the Philippines.
Well, I just, you know, I could really commiserate with you when my daughter came up to me and asked 2,500 pesos to pay for Roblox over time. But I'm trying to realize just how big that industry is going to be growing. And thank you so much to everybody for this opportunity. It's been a really interesting discussion. We hope it gives birth to more discussions here as well. And with that, if you don't mind, let's just take one more picture with everybody over here. Photo opportunity, if you can open up again one more time, just double checking. And if Amor, you're there, please join us in the photo as well. I guess if Amor isn't there, and maybe we'll just everybody smile. Thank you so much for this opportunity. In 3, 2, 1. And again, thank you so much to everybody. We put the emails of all of our guests over here, and I do invite all of you that, if you see mutual opportunities across your companies to get together and work, that's what Digital Pilipinas is all about. So again, thank you so much to all of our guests for our discussion on fintech and the metaverse. And having said that, ladies and gentlemen, that's our first of the 3 panels here this afternoon. Before we move on to the next 2 panels, let's do a quick video on another Digital Pilipinas initiative, which will be launched this March, called Digital Pilipinas Innovative Cities, starting with RISE, Resilience, Innovation, Sustainability, and Entrepreneurship Certification Challenge. Please watch this.
The RISE Challenge was inspired by the Barcelona Activa. It is a government initiative started in the 80s that gave support to entrepreneurs, a one-stop shop for startups. We chanced upon this when Makati officials went to Barcelona as part of their training for a program for smart cities run by the Development Academy of the Philippines. The officials were able to tour the internationally recognized Tech Hub, which was fully supported by the Barcelona city government, as it was aimed to boost the local economy, provide innovation, and promote talent development. Through the RISE Challenge and Makati City's full support in this, Mayor Abby Binay hopes that the Philippines will rank higher in the startup international scene.
Every billion-dollar company today had to start somewhere. They were once startups. Apple was once a startup. Google once a startup. Amazon once a startup. So you could say that it's very significant because the next big company, maybe not this year, maybe not even next year, but the future is in startups, so they really cannot be neglected. You have to develop them well.
Our program focuses on the 5 aspects of finance, legal, marketing, team development, and effective pitching. We've gathered mentors who have a passion for sharing their knowledge and experiences. The Philippine Startup Survey in 2020 also identified that 47% of startups are family funded. Outside of this group, most partnerships have not come into fruition due to mismatched visions with investors, chaotic business structures, and an unclear market target. After the program, the founders will have the opportunity to pitch their ideas to investors who share their vision. Our group knows what investors are looking for, and we know how to prepare the startup for funding.
Maine is really a great place to find startups, as we are seen as a premier and largest and most active angel investment association in the country.
Maine members are expected to invest $1 million a year, which translate to 100 million annual deployable investment funds for startups. The support of the Makati LGU can be a very welcome strategic initiative. Kudos to Ronin for partnering with them for this project. There are things government can provide which the private sector just can't. One area in which we can make a difference is supporting smart cities initiatives. It is so heartening to see Makati LGU and Ronin now playing an active role in supporting Philippine startups.
On behalf of Mayor Abby Binay, the City of Makati would like to invite all creative Filipinos to bring your businesses here. We provide a competitive environment, fantastic co-working spaces, tax breaks, business registration assistance, and a reliable mentoring program. Makati will even take it further by giving you an equity-free grant of 500,000 pesos. Finally, we will give you an opportunity to fund your businesses by presenting you to qualified investors at the end of the program. Join us in the RISE Challenge.
So happy to see that they're launching the RISE program here in my city, the city of Makati. And also for those who noticed now, the RISE program was in memory of a really great professor from the Ateneo Graduate School of Business. His name was Tomas Lopez. He was actually, why it's very personal for me is because he was actually the advisor of my wife for her Masters of Entrepreneurship program. If there are any startups out there who are listening, I think Makati is a great home for you to begin your startup business with the RISE. So again, thanks so much. Hopefully we get people applying to the RISE program by the Makati LGU. Now, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next panel. In the Philippines, where the word investment tends to intimidate people as it is deemed only for the privileged, cryptocurrencies has made investing within reach for even the most ordinary, for the most ordinary Pinoy, for the regular Juan de la Cruz. Blockchain, on the other hand, has made storing information and credentials more secure. Let's learn more about this from our next panel of speakers. First up, the founder of and CEO of the Philippine Digital Asset Exchanger, PDAX, my good friend Nichel Gaba. Prior to founding PDAX, Nichel's career focused in the financial markets, in banking, asset management, trust and securities. Now, as the leader of PDAX, he has made it his mission and advocacy to make financial services safer and more accessible to his fellow Filipinos, especially in the digital space. The organization constantly and responsibly uses technology to build better products and services. Next up, another good friend, Ron Hose of Union Bank. Ron has solid experience in information technology, e-commerce, and commercial real estate under his belt. He is adept in various product management methodologies, performing technical and business research, conducting due diligence, and communicating effectively both in English and in Spanish. Ron earned his master's in computer science at the Cornell University in New York. Joining us over here is another veteran entrepreneur, Mark Vernon of Tag Cash. Mark has more than 30 years of experience as an IT entrepreneur. His business interests include fintech, crypto, blockchain, DeFi. Aside from that one, it's also e-learning, real estate, retail, and hydroponics. Mark is the founder of Tag Cash, a digital wallet and services integrating blockchain technology from multichain.com and stellar.org. Bringing in his legal hat into the picture, we have attorney Mark Goriseta of Goriseta Law. He is the managing partner and head of the corporate group and head of the technology, media, and telecommunications group of Goriseta, Africa, Cauton, and Saavedra. He is considered in the country right now the foremost tech lawyer in the Philippines. Attorney Mark has been recognized as one of the Philippines' top 100 lawyers for 2020. He is also the board trustee, corporate secretary, and chief legal officer of FinTech Philippines Association. We also have Michael Nieves of Musing. He is the co-founder and CEO of Musing. I hope I got that correct. The Musing, a decentralized question and answer platform where users can earn crypto from the content they create while empowering next-gen communities in the metaverse. Crowned as grand winners for being the newest and most innovative blockchain startup on the Avalanche network, the company hopes to lead in the growth of social finance with the support of Ava Labs and Morales Web 3. With that, let's please welcome all of our panelists here on stage. Hi, guys. Nice to see all of you again. Michelle.
Hey.
Ron, Mark.
Hey, RJ. How are you? Hey.
Michael. How are you guys? And I think we're missing one more person. I just want to make sure. Oh, so it's just the four of us here right now, and our other panelists will be joining us in just a bit. So let's take a nice picture. Smiles, please. In 3, 2, 1. Okay. Again, thanks so much for joining us over here for this another interesting panel. And as I reminded other people in the panel earlier, in the earlier panels, is that sometimes these people are just beginning to enter into this space and they might not understand too much about. They're hearing the words crypto, they're hearing the words blockchain, but they don't quite understand it. So I would like to invite one of our speakers to maybe put into simpler terms what is crypto and what is blockchain. And I hope you don't mind, Nichel, you are in my sights here right now, since you do run PDAX, which is the Philippine Digital Asset Exchange. What exactly, I know it's going to be very basic for you, but maybe you can laymanize it. What exactly do you mean by cryptocurrency for those who are listening to it for the first time?
Right. So, well, perhaps we should talk about what blockchain technology is first, right? Because that will give us a baseline understanding of crypto.
That's right. That's right.
So blockchain technology is essentially, right, it's just a new way of recording things, right? But the novelty in blockchain technology is that we're no longer reliant on institutions or companies who have the sole ability to maintain ledgers, right? And you know, it sounds so simple, RJ, the innovation behind it, but I think we take for granted that in our economy today, a lot of the power in the market is concentrated in institutions that control a ledger or that control a database. So we talk about the banking industry, we talk about companies like Facebook and Google that aggregate a lot of that power. Now, what are cryptocurrencies? So cryptocurrencies are the first application to be built on such a technology. In other words, you can transfer assets from one person to another. Nobody can stop you because the records are held immutable and are maintained in a decentralized fashion. So in a nutshell, that's what crypto is. I know that it sounds a little conceptual, but in reality, what you see are cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, Ether, and now a whole host of other applications and tokens.
And what exactly does PDAX or your company, what exactly does it do in the space, and why, and exactly how are you helping grow the community here in the Philippines for the use of blockchain and crypto?
Yeah, so PDAX is one of the licensed exchanges. Certainly, we also have in the panel Ron Host, who's kind of like the forerunner, the guy who was breaking down walls for us in the exchange space. So nobody teleports into the metaverse, RJ, right? Like if you want to take part in the digital economy, you have to access it through some fiat gateway. In other words, you have pesos, you need to convert that into crypto in order to take part. So that is the part of the process that PDAX currently is solving, right? Making it easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Got that. And having said that, you referred to Ron Host, and I was going to say better, not the grandfather. No, I would say the but he was one of the early adopters here. He helped really grow coins.ph here in the Philippines. So I want to ask, if you don't mind, I'm going to go to you, Ron, and ask you, in terms of crypto here in the Philippines, what have you seen in terms of the adoption, and what do you think helped accelerate the adoption here in the Philippines? Why do you think it's good for the Philippines to come into the crypto space?
Sure. So first of all, it's great to see everybody on the panel, especially well, actually everybody, but Michelle, we haven't seen each other for a while, so good. Congratulations on all the traction, all the great things you guys are doing. But yeah, I mean, I think, it's interesting how it shaped up, because the Philippines has kind of been a bit of a trailblazer in the crypto space globally, right? And I think partially because crypto happened to solve a number of real problems or needs for Filipino people, like not having available routes to invest, being able to transfer money easily. I think, when we're looking at Web3, and Web3 is really all about kind of empowering the community. And we all know that, it's the community is something that's so deeply ingrained into Filipino culture. So it's almost like a perfect storm, right? And I think there's a number of things that help kind of push us to the front. I mean, one of them is a regulator that I think was kind of able to very early understand the potential of this space and how it can help benefit the country, and therefore allowed companies to experiment, then created legal frameworks to ensure that consumers are protected when they are transacting with companies like Coins and PDAX and others. Yeah, and all these together, basically, you have both this great technology, right, great people, and and a government that created basically created the underlying kind of framework. I think that all comes together to where we are right now.
Thanks so much, Ron. And I want to talk to the youngest man in this panel, Mr. Mark Vernon over here. Mark, so I wanted to ask, you're an entrepreneur that I look up to. You're literally one of the serial entrepreneurs out there, seeing all these different opportunities. You've worked with many small businesses and large businesses. Why do you think crypto is something that something that should be adopted by small businesses? And what advantages cryptocurrencies to help small businesses scale?
Well, I wouldn't say just crypto economy. I'd say decentralized economy. So anything that moves the shift of value, that could be money, shares, assets, and all sorts of things. Anything that shifts to cut out the middleman is a good thing. But I think that the advantages to small businesses, most don't use crypto in day-to-day stuff. I think the two main advantages would be the move or the use of blockchain in central bank digital currencies and stablecoins. So using, the move to digital cash is the aim, more efficient, and it opens up more opportunities. And so anything that encourages that is a good thing. So the use of digital cash, and in the future, well, even now, I think small businesses should take any kind of spare cash or part of their treasury, as it were, and move it into crypto as a hedge against inflation, but also as a very quick way of borrowing money in the future. So you can, using DeFi, you can borrow money in a couple of minutes. You don't have to go through the process of the banks. So those are the two main advantages for small and larger businesses in the future.
Very interesting. Thanks so much for sharing that, Mark. Now moving on to Michael Nieves of Musing. I know that I tried to explain what Musing is, but I think you have to give a better explanation as to what your company does. Can you bring us again? Can you run us through again what the company does?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Digital Pilipinas and the OST. Okay, so Musing is essentially a decentralized question and answer platform. So users can create content on the platform. That content is stored on chain, and for every piece of content that they create, they can earn cryptocurrency from it. So I hope, did I answer your question?
Yeah, sige, go. Give us an example. So for the people listening to this for the first time, I mean, I understand, but for those listening, like, oh wow, how do I make money from making a question?
Okay, so maybe I can do this by giving a little context. So I'll start by highlighting the Axie Infinity phenomenon, right? It has changed the way people have been playing games, right? As a gamer, time is spent playing all these games because of the value derived, earning all the stuff that you earn in games, because people love doing it. And now when GameFi came in, it basically telling people, hey, you can do the same thing, but you can actually get monetary return this time, right? And I think we've seen the response of the Philippines backed by analytics that Axie here has, been number one. It's changed the lives of many people. And with that said, right, it really got us thinking, like, okay, so gaming is something that people spend a lot of time doing. What else do people spend a lot of time doing, right? And I think I can safely say that everyone here spends a lot of time online, particularly in social engagement, right? So much time is spent on all of these social platforms online. Philippines is actually known to be like a Facebook nation, right? And because of that, we identified as a company that a lot of content, a lot of information, a lot of knowledge is being shared online. But then it got us thinking, like, how much value are these people actually deriving from everything that they're sharing online? I mean, like, the reality is there are probably people deriving a lot of monetary value from the engagement and the information they share online. But for the average user, that really isn't the case, right? Yet sometimes it's the average user that really gives value to the online space. And there comes Musing, right? Now users don't actually have to worry about, like, if I share content online, is it just going to stay there and nothing's going to happen? No, if you share content online now, the value of that particular piece of knowledge that you shared can translate into some sort of monetary return. In this case, it will be cryptocurrency. So I hope I answered your question.
Well, thanks so much. And this is another way for us to also see the different ways that we can explore. Like, if you were listening, building on previous speakers, that they used to say that sometimes when once the technology comes out, or let's say once the iPhone came out, that's when they had to develop things like Uber. That's when they had to develop different technologies. And you have to see Axie working to develop all these different things, because that's what you realize is the potential of the platform. Now, I want to go back now to Nichelle and really look at, again, there's many entrepreneurs listening to us here right now. They need to understand better the sort of opportunities that are available that arise from crypto. And from the blockchain, and what are you seeing particularly from the perspective of PDAX? Just how big is the market I mean, people often tell me, and I've heard it from the previous, we've been one of the best adapters of cryptocurrency in the blockchain, but just how big is that market here in the Philippines, and what is the opportunity that can be derived by the entrepreneurs and the business owners and people who want to engage in that industry right now?
Right. The market is massive, right? If we want to think about it in terms of what opportunities are there in the space to earn money or derive a return, certainly you can probably split that world into two, right? One is I guess making gains or making returns through trading, right? Buying and selling all these assets. And the other is in creating disruptive industries, right? And I don't use that word disruptive lightly, right? If e-commerce was disruptive to traditional retail, I think that this industry can be very disruptive to literally everything, right? If you think about, again, Axie Infinity, what did it disrupt, right? Our traditional understanding of the gaming economy is that someone builds a game, someone distributes the game, someone markets the game, and then the one who enjoys the game is paying for everything, right? But now through blockchain technology, you kind of shift around all the responsibilities and the rights and the benefits in that value chain, right? Right now, the ones who's enjoying the game can also make money out of it. And the one who's paying for it is someone who's entering the game for the first time. Now, what's good and bad about this is that it creates an ocean of opportunities for people to think about disrupting businesses that previously were thought to be unassailable because they had such high barriers to entry, and it was very difficult to compete. But the bad of it, well, I wouldn't say bad, right? But at this point, a lot of these things are new and emerging, and so there are always going to be risks, right? Until the industry develops, so to speak. So certainly, there's a lot, RJ, and I don't think any number of geniuses in the world could figure out exactly the whole universe of opportunities here.
Having said that, Mitch, I just want to go, you were talking about there's good examples and bad examples, or industries, let's say, which were formerly unassailable, which now might be within reach as a result of what's happening. What are these industries you're seeing that now are ripe for entrepreneurs to enter? Or the techpreneurs to enter?
I'll give you a good example, right? I'll give you an example. So earlier, our good friend here, Mark, was talking about stable coins, right? So if you have a stable coin that already imbibes a lot of trust, then you probably don't need a central authority like a bank or an EMI even to transact, right? So developers can create their own Gcash, can create their own Paymaya, can create their own, if DeFi comes into mainstream scale, they can create their own bank literally by creating an app, right, and building on top of these infrastructural services. So that's the kind of lowering of the barrier to entry, right, where even these big institutions will start competing with part-timers or students in a garage on day one.
Very interesting. It's a great equalizer technically. What we're doing over here with crypto. And having said that, I want to go back to Ron. Ron, you've seen opportunities since your days with Coins.ph and up to Union Bank, and that these opportunities have evolved. Where do you think that many of the entrepreneurs and business owners can involve themselves in the whole crypto ecosystem, where they can benefit, I guess, in the short term and in the longer term?
Yeah, I think it's a very broad question because, I mean, essentially, right, crypto or blockchain is kind of the next layer, right, on top of the internet. So it's almost like asking, what opportunities did the internet, open up for, for business and entrepreneurs, right? I mean, look, not every business is going to be impacted by this, but I think a large number of, numbers of businesses and industries are going to reshape, right? And they're going to reshape because of, infrastructure and, and tools that were not available before, like smart contracts, NFTs, crypto, stable coins, right? And we're seeing the first kind of wave of impact of that in, in the financial industry with DeFi, etc. But it's going to also push because of the way that people organize, right? Look at DAOs, right? And basically focus essentially moving from, institution to the community. So I think it's it's probably as wide as question as you could ask. I actually would say, look at any opportunity or any business that is large today and is monolithic in nature, right? And and then start to think about what does it look like 5 or 10 years from now, in a world that is basically dominated by by networks and not by institutions. And you'd find that a lot of things that we are really taking for granted, like Grab, ride sharing, etc. All those things can be like decentralized and broken and fragmented, and they all present like new opportunities. It's quite exciting to say the least.
Yeah, thanks so much. And it just kind of blows the doors open, and I realize that it's a myriad of opportunities that are which are opened up as a result of this decentralization and the blockchain. And having said that, Mark, what are the opportunities you're seeing coming up? I know your entrepreneurial brain is running 24/7, and there are things coming up. Where can people still participate? I mean, many people are coming and saying, we don't know where to start. Where can we participate? What do we do?
There is so many. There's a lot of free stuff that you can use out there. You can learn what you need using test networks as well. You don't have to actually buy cryptocurrency. So I'd recommend anyone coming into it the first time to actually learn the principle or the basics of private keys and public keys, how you own and transfer value. That's probably the most important thing right at the beginning. And then start experimenting with not necessarily Bitcoin, that's the big daddy for stored value, but I would recommend using anything that's Ethereum based, EVM based. And there's quite a few things out there. And then you can start thinking about, what can I build on that kind of technology that makes sense? You have an idea and you think, okay, how would I disrupt? How would I create a new business model for it? So it requires a little bit of knowledge beforehand to absorb, and then start musing about what you can actually do with that technology. And I've been around in it for a long time, and I've got lots of ideas, but currently I'm building another product called Tag One, which allows people to create apps easily and not worry about the wallet side, not worry about the NFT side, just to create for games or business apps. And we'll see where that goes. There are a lot of opportunities. I just don't. It's like Ron says, you're just excited by the future, but not quite sure where exactly which direction it's going.
Oh, so
hey, one side I would say, like, one great input from Mark. Just maybe I'll if you want specific direction, I would say, look, download MetaMask, right? 2, get on Twitter, follow 5 people that you respect in a space and see who they're following, because that's really where the information disseminates. And then download Discord and join some communities. And I think between those 3, you're going to have enough kind of knowledge, and the rabbit hole is very deep in terms of like learning, but that's a really good start. And maybe the only second piece of advice to that is just treat 100% of the information that you read with 120% skepticism, because there is 99% noise and scams, but the 1% that is real is like mind-blowingly interesting and exciting. So,
and follow your own gut feel, not everyone is telling you should invest in this and buy this, and just follow your own gut feeling, your own best knowledge.
Having said that, follow as well, Ron Hose, and follow Mark Vernon online as well. They might be part of that 1% with that overwhelmingly great knowledge that you can follow online. Thanks so much, Mark and Ron. And by the way, if you don't mind, please put on for the panel attendees where they can contact you, your email addresses or your website, so that maybe they can get in touch with you if they've got some ideas that they can run by you. I think that's really great, especially for Mark. Always open to meeting and speaking to new entrepreneurs as well. Okay. Now, having said that, I'm looking right now again. Mark Vernon had a very good way to introduce musing again. He said you can muse over many different things. And what are you, Michael? What are you musing about here right now? What's the next thing in the blockchain space? I'm looking around because right now you're I think, I hope you don't mind me saying, among all of us here on this panel, you are, I guess, the most Generation Z among all of us. And with the youngest being Mark Vernon over here on the panel, no? But what are you seeing right now in terms of the opportunities for the blockchain space, especially among our Gen Zs?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of like I was wondering like why am I here? But I caught that, Mark. That was funny. Yeah. I think, to be honest, like when the whole blockchain, the history of blockchain started off with currency, and then we saw the rise of DeFi, and then we saw the rise of play to earn games, and now like NFTs, it's the whole new craze, and now like well, just based from our perspective, we're starting to see a lot of other people just thinking more about utility, right? What can we start to think about that blockchain can actually help? Like what Mark said, it has to be logical, it has to make sense because this technology is so powerful. Which is essentially why our startup is in the space. A lot of people have been getting into what they call SoFi or SocialFi because there's at least on our end, we see that there's a lot of potential because gaming is something that people do a lot, but social engagement online is something that people do even more. Right now, in those terms, how do you now incorporate blockchain technology with that particular aspect? And essentially, in our use case, I mean, we're decentralizing information, giving ownership to people, allowing them to benefit from it. But there's so many other things that you could do. Like aside from just what we're doing, we've seen people going into streaming services that have incorporated blockchain. The other day, I was talking to someone who was building a music DApp wherein it tackles three different areas. One where musicians can benefit from it, another record labels can benefit from it, and at this, lastly, it would be like people who would license music online because whether they're streaming or whether they're doing something like, for example, like this, an event where you have to play music and with like a blockchain application to it. So yeah, for me, that's I'm a little biased because I'm in social finance and I really do believe that's the next wave that's going to come, but there's so much out there. People are just becoming more and more logical, more smarter, more, it's crazy. Like what Ron said, just stick around on Twitter, you'll be amazed at the things that you'll find.
Truly amazing panel. Actually, we could spend a whole day on this panel, just to, if we start parsing over what opportunities lie in this particular space. Unfortunately, we don't have the benefit of time. And with that, I just want to call back Amor Maclang, who's been listening very intently to this discussion. Amor, are you there? Let's just take a picture with everybody here on the screen one more time together with Amor, if you guys don't mind, from this panel.
I think, if I may, RJ, just wanted to thank everyone in this panel, like Michael, and of course the founding fathers of fintech and blockchain in the Philippines, gentlemen like Ron Hose, Mark Vernon, and Michelle Gaba. So good to see you, gentlemen. So good to see you.
And Mark
Vernon
also, who's been behind all of us, making sure we are.
Yes, correct. He's got now an OFOC meeting. Absolutely. Hello, Mark, the other Mark in FinTech Philippines, and of course, thank you guys so much.
Thanks,
Look at
guys,
the industry you started.
Congratulations, and the baby's becoming. The baby is getting older. The baby is maturing now, which is very good. It's been a baby for quite some time, but right now we're hitting toddler and adolescent stage very soon. Guys, one big smile. 3, 2,
1.
And guys, thanks so much for joining me in this panel. Amor, thank you for coming back, guys. Thank you so much.
Mark Vernon, the airport is now open. Philippines is now open. Ron Hose is back. There's no reason for you not to
I'll be back. I'll be back later in March. Don't worry.
Bye.
See you soon, Mark. We'll see you back soon here, not just virtually, but live. And before that, let's just take a short break. We've got one more video to show you. Cass, let's bring back one more video, and we've got our last panel here for this afternoon. To our panelists, please feel free to put your information there in our chat box for our attendees. Thank you so much. And moving on to our
We understand how hard it is for your customers to apply for a loan. They need to fill up a lot of forms and submit a lot of documents, which can be tedious. If you are a lender, a bank, or a financial services company, we make the process easier for you and your customers. Smile allows your customers to share their employment and income data to you without the hassle, making it easier for them to buy the things that they need or to achieve their dreams. With Smile, asking your customers to share their employment and income data is just one click away. Smile, the trusted source for employment and income data in Asia.
The RISE Challenge was inspired by the Barcelona Activa. It is a government initiative started in the 80s that gave support to entrepreneurs, a one-stop shop for startups. We chanced upon this when Makati officials went to Barcelona as part of their training for a program for smart cities run by the Development Academy of the Philippines. The officials were able to tour the internationally recognized Tech Hub, which was fully supported by the Barcelona city government, as it was aimed to boost the local economy, provide innovation, and promote talent development. Through the RISE Challenge and Makati City's full support in this, Mayor Abby Binay hopes that the Philippines will rank higher in the startup international scene.
Every billion-dollar company today had to start somewhere. They were once startups. Apple was once a startup. Google once a startup. Amazon once a startup. So you could say that it's very significant because the next big company, maybe not this year, maybe not even next year, but the future is in startups, so they really cannot be neglected. You have to develop them well.
Our program focuses on the 5 aspects of finance, legal, marketing, team development, and effective pitching. We've gathered mentors who have a passion for sharing their knowledge and experiences. The Philippine Startup Survey in 2020 also identified that 47% of startups are family funded. Outside of this group, most partnerships have not come into fruition due to mismatched visions with investors, chaotic business structures, and an unclear market target. After the program, the founders will have the opportunity to pitch their ideas to investors who share their vision. Our group knows what investors are looking for, and we know how to prepare the startup for funding.
Maine is really a great place to find startups as we are seen as the premier and largest and most active angel investment association in the country.
Maine members are expected to invest $1 million a year, which translate to 100 million annual deployable investment funds for startups. The support of the Makati LGU can be a very welcome strategic initiative. Kudos to Ronin for partnering with them for this project. There are things government can provide which the private sector just can't. One area in which we can make a difference is supporting smart cities initiatives. It is so heartening to see Makati LGU and Ronin now playing an active role in supporting Philippine startups.
On behalf of Mayor Abby Binay, the City of Makati would like to invite all creative Filipinos to bring your businesses here. We provide a competitive environment, fantastic co-working spaces, tax breaks, business registration assistance, and a reliable mentoring program. Makati will even take it further by giving you an equity-free grant of 500,000 pesos. Finally, we will give you an opportunity to fund your businesses by presenting you to qualified investors at the end of the program. Join us in the RISE Challenge.
And with that, we come to the final panel here today in our Digital Pilipinas 2022 launch. So for all those who are listening to us here right now, we appreciate your patronage. At the same time, we invite all of you to please, if you've got any comments, suggestions, insights that you want to share from the panel, please put that online. You can use the hashtag. The hashtag to use is hashtag Digital Pilipinas, and you can also tag us on Facebook and on LinkedIn. Having said that, As you know, many Filipinos listening right now are naturally entrepreneurial. However, various obstacles such as the lack of capital, the absence of a space to build a physical store, or maybe even the lack of mentorship keep our kababayans from reaching their full entrepreneurship potential. Luckily enough, we've got this last panel which will help us gain a better understanding of how e-commerce and MSME digitalization can expand the market of opportunities and foster businesses without borders. Starting off again with another good friend of mine, Miss Kim Lato of Kim Store, whose ad we just saw earlier. Kim is a true self-made woman. Kim is the founder, CEO, and president of kimstore.com, the Philippines' first and largest e-commerce shopping center, e-commerce shopping store for tech and electronics. Kim started Kim Store while she was still a student at LaSalle, and today Kim Store is among the most trusted gadget stores in the country. Kim's goal is to help the Filipinos achieve the digital lifestyle that they aspire to have by providing affordable and high-quality consumer electronic products and innovation. Another good friend, MJ Panganiban from Paynamics Technologies. MJ is Chief Commercial Officer and General Manager at Paynamics Technologies, a global payment solutions provider that is offering secure, efficient, and reliable electronic payment solutions based in the Philippines. A seasoned professional in e-commerce, logistics, and the fintech industry, MJ has helped launch and execute e-commerce projects among businesses from local MSMEs to large and popular global brands. We also have joining us Mr. Felix Tang Proxtera, of Proxtera rather. Mr. Tang is the Director of Strategy at Proxtera, which focuses on establishing the ecosystem of cross-border trade activity to thrive, advising businesses and partners on successfully transforming B2B commerce from offline to online. Prior to Proxtera, Felix served in various roles responsible for supply chain and procurement, logistics, trading, and operations and corporate strategy. He was also a member of the co-founding team at Spare CNX, leading and scaling operations to drive digital transformation and adopt IoT applications for industrial markets. We are also joined by George Padin of Spenmo. George is the country head for Spenmo Philippines. Spenmo is an expense management platform that aims to help businesses to save time and money when dealing with their expenses, and backed by some of the biggest investors in the world. They were founded in Singapore and in less than 3 years have grown quickly to impact businesses regionally across Asia. And joining us, of course, again, the man who helped pioneer our ecosystem here in the Philippines, not just for startups, but of course, for Digital Pilipinas. We've got Mr. Mark Vernon from Tag Cash. Again, ladies, gentlemen, thank you for joining us over here. Before everything else, you know the drill. Picture muna tayo lahat. Okay, guys, smile. Let's bring you all to the front of the stage one more time. And Amor, thanks for bringing us here all together. Amor, if you're there, join us for the photo as well. Thanks, guys, as we bring them all to the forefront. Again, reminding people to please continue uploading online even the photos that you're taking here today using the hashtag Digital Pilipinas. Okay, all smile, guys. In 3, 2, 1. Can we bring? Sorry, we need to bring Mark Vernon here, please, at the front of the stage. There we go. Another smile, please. 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1. Again, ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us over here. Now, again, talking about, this is going to be a big topic, and one that's very close to my heart. It's talking about MSME digitalization and e-commerce. I'm a very active member, along with Kim, of Go Negosyo, and one of the big topics that they've been handling and which accelerated during this pandemic is the importance of MSME digitalization. Now, we already know right now that e-commerce is very important for any business to thrive, especially for the MSMEs. And we've started off from them. They know that that's where they have to start. But I think the big question for many of the MSMEs out there, they need to better understand how to start, what are the different technologies which they can use to start off getting and leveraging e-commerce. So I want to start off right now with Kim of Kim Store, our only rose among the thorns. Maybe Kim, what I want to raise with you is, you were able to successfully transition to e-commerce from from Multiply to having your own website. How can e-commerce businesses assist small business expanding their market base? And maybe from your example, you can share with them, how best to leverage e-commerce to grow your business.
Well, e-commerce has a limitless potential to reach and expand your market. For small businesses, they can start selling in social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, because every platform has a different market approach, and you could actually maximize its potential depending on the market that you wanted to penetrate. In the success of Kim Store, when I was just starting out, I only have a minimum capital to work around. So I use e-commerce as my main platform to market my products. Now, from an unknown e-tailer, I became a household name for electronics. And e-commerce was also my game strategy in expanding my market reach. So from a local business who is based in Manila, now we're serving nationwide clients. Because of we also serve different markets based on the product segment, all because it's easier to connect to your market through online groups and communities, all because of e-commerce. So in order to take that advantage, you can even use marketing tools to reach your target market and potential market through the use of these platforms.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Kim, for sharing us the story of Kim Store. I want to talk now to actually to MJ over here. No, MJ. I think what we need to also understand, because I'm not saying what Paynamics is all about. No, people might understand it theoretically, but they might understand what you actually do, and how do you help small businesses grow? How do they apply what you do in Paynamics to help these small businesses grow? Would you mind explaining further?
Sure, RJ. Nice to see you again. I guess to put it simply, I guess we cannot talk about e-commerce without talking about payments. And we at Paynamics actually enable entrepreneurs to receive payments in digital forms. No? So essentially, we're actually we offer a very secure, efficient, and reliable payment solutions to our client base. And talking about e-commerce in the Philippines, I think there's still so much opportunity that can be done. Although we are heavily utilized by the largest marketplaces, by the likes of Lazada, Shopee, that are widely popular among consumers. But I think the next big thing, the real big thing here is really in the micro, small, medium enterprises, because we have to remember 99.5% of our total economy is composed of MSMEs. And pre-pandemic, there's actually even a record that there's only about 1% of registered businesses are only offering their products and services online. So try to imagine, even in 2020 alone, there's a significant increase of 900,000 business name registrations in the likes of DTI. And try to imagine, not only entrepreneurs in Metro Manila, but entrepreneurs in different regions and provinces. Try to enable to equip them to prepare to do e-commerce and sell their products and services online. And Paynamics actually come into that area, into that ecosystem, by providing them a familiar payment options that their consumers, their customers can use to pay for those products and services.
Did you see an acceleration of the use of your services in this pandemic, particularly among the MSMEs?
Definitely. Actually, in the beginning, we're a bit skeptical because one of our e-commerce drivers are tourism. No, so hotel accommodation, airline tickets. That was actually one of the major drivers of e-commerce the past few years. And when we came to the pandemic, we were a bit skeptical because what will happen to e-commerce, because again it's tourism centric. Then to our surprise, good thing that we actually have we're scattered in different industries. So pumasok yung the likes of food, yung retail, toys and hobbies. So the decrease in tourism was actually became a significant surge naman in other categories, particularly in the likes of toys and hobbies. In toys hobbies alone, I think there's like 400% increase. And the staple leader, katulad ng Kim Store, yun medyo one of the top, the next that generates the most transaction in electronics and gadgets.
Thank you so much, MJ. Now I know who to approach this time around. I've got Kim Store and I've got Paynamics too, where I can pay through things. No, the next one I want to talk to is actually I want to speak right now to Felix. Felix, similar to you, no? When we talked about Proxtera, maybe we have to also kind of contextualize to people. Let's laymanize what you guys do. Like, for example, I often tell them the best way to do this is to say, I'm speaking to my dad, 78 years old, not, they're not familiar with many of what we're doing in this space. How do I explain what you do to them? And how do we explain also how your business, Proxtera, helps small businesses?
Thanks, RJ, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today to speak to all of you. So, in short, RJ, Proxtera is actually like a meta platform and an ecosystem, as I've mentioned earlier in the introduction. So how we work is that we actually work with partners and platforms as we see business to business trade, and essentially we're here to enable SMEs or MSMEs to expand their borders and grow beyond within the Philippines itself. Now, in the context of Philippines, we actually partner with platforms within the Philippines that do B2B businesses. And from there, partners are able to then connect to other platforms outside of their geographical regions. So imagine if you are a business who is looking to identify new opportunities in other markets. Proxtera actually provides that ability for you to search and to be able to trade globally outside of your geographical regions and actually expand your capabilities. And I like the example that Kim gave earlier, where she leveraged on e-commerce to expand her market reach to the whole of the Philippines. Proxtera is that accelerator that helps you to go beyond the Philippines, outside of the region. And also at the same time, if there are any trends or anything that you want to bring into the Philippines, that's also an opportunity as well. The other thing about Proxtera is that we actually not just offer the ability to connect to other markets outside of the region, but also to provide an ecosystem of services. Now, almost any entrepreneur can relate to the fact that as you are starting off, there's always this concerns about cash flow. There's always concerns about the ability to trust the counterparty, to be able to trade online. Very similar to how most people started off as a consumer when they started to go online and do online purchases on your platforms like Lazada and Shopee. If you think about it, 10 years ago, most people were still quite not familiar with online purchases. And then fast forward to today, this becomes the norm. It's almost like standard. Similarly, B2B businesses also goes through that journey and goes through that cycle. So Proxtera provides that ecosystem where we actually partner with service providers, both from financing as well as logistics, to allow a company to have those facilities. So say, for example, you have placed an order from some supplies from overseas, and you are worried about being able to seek financing. Proxtera actually works with a group of service providers in the fintech space, as well as traditional financial institutions, to provide that services with just a click of a button. And this is how we actually accelerate and we actually promote that cross-border trade and help companies grow.
I hope you don't mind me asking, has there been any successful example or case study of a small Filipino entrepreneur who's been able to successfully go abroad as a result of working together with Proxtera?
Well, in terms of the Philippines, not really as yet. We've just only started that collaboration and integrations with the business platforms. I can give you one example that has happened somewhat last year, where there was actually some opportunities between one of the platforms, a SME that's based in India, and actually another SME that was based in Africa. So they were actually trying to look for something, and it just so happened that, again, through Proxtera, the Indian SME was able to find that demand and the requirements out of Africa, and they actually managed to perform a trade. So that is a classic example of that discovery, which, again, from an SME perspective, you would never think in your wildest dreams that, oh, I've got something out there in Africa. Another example was also back here in Singapore, where we are based, where another SME was also had the opportunity to look for some, if I'm not wrong, furniture items out of India. Now, if you think about how that ecosystem, it's actually quite dynamic, because sometimes some of that demand and supply that we see in the whole value chain can actually be visualized at Proxtera, where raw materials from one country is being purchased by an SME in country B, which makes into a finished goods, which is then exported to country C. And interestingly, all these SMEs are all connected through Proxtera. So it's actually a very exciting time for us here, and to be able to see how that connectivity really brings business without borders, which is very much the theme at Digital Filipinas.
Thanks so much. Having said this, it's a good opportunity for all of our speakers right now to put your email addresses over here at the chat box. So just in case our panelists and attendees need to access your services, like I'm sure when Proxtera was talking, some wheels were turning in the heads of MJ, of Kim, of the other listeners here right now, saying, what can I do to work together with Proxtera? Having said that, I want to go to George now. George, like Spenmo, I hope you can, if you don't mind also, if you can explain a bit more about what Spenmo does, and of course, how it can help a small company or MSMEs improve their e-commerce services.
For sure. So definitely like Spenmo is like the newcomer in like the Philippine market, right? So we sort of have to like hype ourselves up here. But to talk a little bit about like what exactly we do, we're basically an expense management platform. So any dollar that goes out of your company, like to reimburse employees or to pay like local overseas suppliers or local bill pay, we do that all in our platform. So we've been operating in multiple markets in Southeast Asia, and the Philippines is like one of our key markets that we're going to focus on in the next coming years. And yeah, we have a ton of products that we're looking to roll out here. Like local bill pay, I think is going to be a very, very big e-commerce enabler, because I think the foreign exchange gaps and suppliers that you could use to pay your international bill pay is very, very big. So that's what we do at Spenmo.
And having said that, I understand what the company does. The second step now is how do we, the larger companies might appreciate it. How do we actually get it to the MSMEs who might not understand the need for the service, and who might need the service?
For sure. So basically, we're integrated with Xero. We're integrated with QuickBooks, and every expense, we have this feature that's basically smart corporate cards, where you could give smart corporate cards to all of your employees. And you as the CFO, we're basically like a cloud CFO. So any money out that's going out, basically after you issue cards for each of your employees, you're getting to see all of that in one dashboard. So if you have like an international bill pay, you're also just able to process that within the platform. So anywhere in the world you want to send funds, you could do that easily. And our rates are very, very competitive because we're doing like a very regional play. And at the same time, local bill pay, we also have like very competitive rates in terms of local transfers. So I think just overall enabling like e-commerce platforms and e-commerce companies like manage their expenses really well. That's where we could really come in and enable them to operate.
Thanks so much for enlightening us on that, George. Now, Mark, I can ask Mark just any question possible, and he'll be able to answer whatever I have to put forth to him. But maybe, Mark, I hope you don't mind that I want to lean on sort of like your wisdom, because you've been in this sort of the space of e-commerce for quite some time in digitalization, and you've had your battles, you've had your successes, you've had your failures. But the question really is that, what does it take to sort of like survive or in that e-commerce space to make sure that you continue to be there? Because many people are entering for the first time, and they're making a lot of mistakes, or they don't want to do it. And you've been there. What would you suggest to these MSMEs coming in?
Well, the key thing is providing something that people want at a price level that makes sense in the market you're supplying to. So that could, I primarily at the moment, I look at two aspects of e-commerce, which is supplying goods and like products that can be shipped, so Shopee style, etc. And the other market is content creation, which I've been involved with for 30 years or so. So creating content and delivering it And so if you have, on the one side, if you have products that people want, importing that's a hard market to be in, because anyone can get into it. They can buy something and just sell it, and someone else can then buy it and sell it cheaper. And I think everyone understands that market. Content creation delivery, it's if you've got a knowledge or some anything that you think is valuable knowledge-wise, deliver that and make money out of it. A lot of people do it via YouTube, and they put it up for free, and they make money, a little bit of money from advertising, but it's a hard nut to crack. I've been around for a long time in business, and my first big business, the international business, was VTC.com. That was in '96, I think. I started delivering e-learning content online. And at the time, it was physical product on a CD, a DVD that we shipped. And then we moved to the online digital model in '96. So it's a case of like, okay, do you see something that can be digitized, and can I make money from it? And in the Philippines, there's a lot of scope for that. And Tag Cash, I've been doing Tag Cash for a while now. It started off as a e-payment system, like PayMy, Gcash. So Tag Cash is the same in that way. But it's a case of like, in the Philippines, you've got delivery or like payments of bills and load. That's been the driver in the last number of years. But I've always been a believer in building stuff that uses digital money. Whereas the digital money it becomes a kind of just a part of the product. It's not the main product. So we're building right now, I think we've about 25 templates that you can digitize your business. So they include shopping, content delivery, and so on. And so that Tag Cash is moving more to a membership style system where you can build up your customer base, charge them subscription if you want, make it free, control access to different modules for your staff, for end users, and so on. So I've basically want to make it easier for someone to digitize their small business and upwards. And if something we have is not there, then you build your own. And it's following a little bit like the WeChat model, where you have there's 5 million apps on one platform. But we're doing it on a smaller scale. So if you want to build your own app, you can build it in there. If you want to build something that you think other people would want to use, you can do that as well. But it's tough to if you understand basics of business, you basically find something that someone wants and then deliver it online. And then you've got the usual business problems. Can I supply it properly? Can I get it delivered on time? How do I take payment for it? Which is getting easier these days. It's for me, I think great stuff that you can deliver and make money from it.
Just curious, because you're saying that you've got out of services to digitize small businesses. Do you mind sharing how they can get in touch with you, Mark, on the chat box for those who are listening?
Yeah, tagcash.com market. I'll share it online. Don't worry.
Thanks so much. And having said that, I just want to have one follow-up question for you. Like you said, you've been there for quite some time, and you've seen how e-commerce has developed. I know that right now everybody thinks that e-commerce is the way to go because of this pandemic. Do you see this further accelerating, or do you see it plateauing already? Go back again.
The pandemic brought it sped up the fintech innovations that were coming out. So you had a lot more people going online to pay, and I don't think that's going to stop. People see the advantages now, and now they're going to continue with that. And the same with e-commerce. There would have been a lack of trust, or you wanted to go to the mall to buy stuff, and now you say, well, I'll just deliver online, get it delivered online. So that goes for food deliveries, products, e-learning. Rather than going to classes, then you do it online. I think those advantages, the time saving, and perhaps cheaper online as well, those are not going to go away. So I think that's, if you look at a silver lining of the pandemic, that would be it. It just sped things up in the Philippines. I mean, for one of my businesses, lost one of it. One of my businesses is that I invested in, and we are now is Society 8. Started as 4 stores selling products from different brand merchants, and usually they're just like 95% were single women at home or women at home selling products through the stores. And pre-pandemic, for about 6 months, we expanded from 4 stores to 28 stores. And then because of the pandemic, the malls closed, and we brought that back down. So that's selling products, physical products through the malls. And we're moving that now into the digital model where those same small entrepreneurs can sell their products online. And combine that with fintech, so you can lend to them based on past purchases and sales and so on. So it's that's what, I'm digitizing my own businesses as well and looking for more opportunities in that space.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for being a great example of digitalization and also entrepreneurship at the same time. Having said that, I want to move back to Kim right now. And Kim, I think there are 2 things I want to tackle as we start to, I guess, wrap up this part of the panel. The first one is that, like you said, no, and I mentioned earlier, you've been around since Multiply days, and I'm not sure if everybody's still familiar with Multiply, but that's where Kim started off her business.
Multiply.
Yeah, and it was very good. Everybody knew Kim from Multiply, right? But my big thing is you were able to transition, no, into having your own website and becoming the most trusted brand. My first question is that similar to what I asked Vernon, no, how do you survive? What becomes your sort of like your how do you create a sustainable advantage in e-commerce? And number 2, what are you seeing as the emerging opportunities in the e-commerce and digitalization space?
Okay. Well, every business goes through 4 phases of life cycle, right? From startup, from growth, from maturity, and then probably a pivot. So just like in e-commerce space, like what you've said, we've been through a lot of changes in survival mode. So it goes by answering na you need to follow your North Star, because it has always been my guiding principle. My mission has always been to enable Filipinos to pursue their digital lifestyle through gadgets and electronics. When Multiply was defunct, so what was my next step? It was to think about where will my customers buy our products. So the next game plan there was to immediately build our website through .com and then transfer our marketing efforts through social media such as Facebook. So if we have always believed that our values is to always look things in the long-term perspective. Way back in 2006, nobody knew that e-commerce will be as big as when pandemic hit.
Yeah.
Or even before Shopee, Lazada, or other marketplace came in, nobody believed that this is going to be a big shot. But right now, it has disrupted the way we shop or we buy things. So it has always been following your mission or your North Star.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Can I please borrow your North Star as well, Kim, so I can be as successful as you when it comes to business. Thanks so much for the advice. And having said that, I want to move on to MJ. MJ, have you found your North Star as well? But if you haven't found it just yet, maybe what you can share with me here right now. Also, like I said, you've been a veteran of several industries, and you've been in survival mode, you've been in success mode as well. What does it take to survive in the e-commerce world, and also what opportunities do you see emerging as well in this field of e-commerce?
Okay, so I guess it's already undeniable that there's still so much opportunity into e-commerce, and I think we haven't reached our full potential yet, because we have to remember, when you look at the e-commerce data, I guess 80 to 90% are still driven by COD, and I think a lot of entrepreneurs does not necessarily like COD, but because this is actually how the market is actually reacting. Now, yes, they are doing online shopping, but they still prefer to have it paid via cash on delivery. I guess there's still a lot of opportunity to be done. And I guess one of the biggest opportunity we're seeing as Paynamics is, given this particular opportunity, I think at the end of the day, we just need to empower consumers to be able to pay whatever payment methods that they wish to use for the transaction. Because a lot of the issues as well is some merchants or some businesses would only offer on their e-commerce websites to only offer credit card or only PayPal. So essentially, that's where also come in. Although we offer actually credit card payments and even installment credit card installment payments, but we also enable other channels like online banking, the e-wallet, even the over-the-counter payments where the likes of pawn shops are no longer mainly being utilized as pawn shops, but also being now as an over-the-counter payment channel. No? So that's actually one of the biggest disruption as well on in the remittance centers side of things. One of the other pain points that I guess that we just need to resolve as a country, and I think this is completely aligned with the aspirations of Digital Pilipinas. Now, we want to enable as many as entrepreneurs as possible, and again reduce the friction in terms of payments, the way people are making their payments, because we also have to accept the fact that there's only about 5% credit card penetration. There's only about 30% bank penetration. So, and thankfully, we actually have the likes of e-wallet that has now somewhere around 20 to 30 million in terms of circulation. So I think we just have to enable more enterprises to receive as many forms of payment as they could. No, and actually, one of the other opportunities we saw is during the pandemic is we actually looked into the actual problems of the MSMEs, and it actually came about that actually triggered us to develop a product which we call Paynamics Paybiz. So Paybiz, we developed an app that allows MSMEs to actually to create their storefront and actually receive digital forms of payment through that app. And because of Filipinos' familiarity of scanning QR codes, now Filipino businesses, particularly MSMEs, can now start accepting digital forms of payment by scanning QR codes. No, so they can actually put it in their countertops or even send the QR code to their customers, and their customers now could pay in a variety modes of payments from the likes of GCash, PayMaya, ShopeePay, GrabPay, and if not those e-wallets, the likes of online banking like BPI, BDO, PNB, Union Bank, and even the over-the-counter payments in a single QR. Because sometimes it's kind of overwhelming for consumers as well when they're making a payments. When there's too many options and they just have to choose from a drop down, I think we see that it's actually a better approach to just give them a single QR. Kasi yung mukha naman silang banderitas, no? Na parang, you have to pay kay GCash, itong QR code. Pag PayMaya, itong QR code na to. So I guess that's what we did, no? We tried to create a unified QR so that at least, there's actually a sense of, sense of eloquence, if we can use that word, to the MSMEs. No, I think this is actually one of the biggest drivers, and we hope they enable as many MSMEs as we can to pay this. This has actually no setup fee, no maintenance cost, and there's a very minimal transaction fee that they'll only incur. And this is actually an e-wallet that we specifically designed for MSMEs. We are regulated and supervised by the BSP, and so hopefully this is something we can also put on the table, particularly for Digital Pilipinas.
Thanks so much, MJ. Very interesting, particularly for our MSMEs. Something that I would like to take up for my own business as well. Moving from there, Felix over here. Again, like I said, same question to you. How do you continue to survive in the e-commerce space on a sustainable basis, and what opportunities do you see emerging, particularly when your app is fully applied here in the Philippines? What opportunities do you see for Philippine businesses?
Right. So I would say I'll just add on to what Kim and MJ had talked about in terms of the evolution, right? This whole digitization, as Kim mentioned, is 4 phases. I will also see there's also another set of phases. We've actually gone through the first phase where initially there's this initial inertia of digitization. So similarly for that B2B side of the business, as individuals, as we became more comfortable with online e-commerce, shopping on platforms, businesses themselves also start to realize that there is benefits that it can be gained. So that phase that we are going through right now, accelerated by the pandemic, is a classic example of businesses behaving like consumers, looking to go into that sphere. I also like the idea that as you look at the ecosystem, whatever has been built in the B2C commerce space, in the e-commerce space, is also applying to how business are also doing businesses together. Things like the QR code that MG has talked about. Essentially, in other countries as well, you also see businesses trying to transact with each other in the form of QR codes because it's easy to use, and as well as a consumer, I am familiar with that form of payment now. I trust this tool better in terms of a business transaction. direction. So in the grand scheme of things, how I see this is that this is actually going to be a period of hyper growth, especially so in the Philippines, because I've seen the rapid adoption in the Philippines and how how Filipinos have taken to e-commerce and online aspects of trade so quickly and so easily, maybe also because of the adoption of social media. And in that case, Proxtera, when the app is fully live, and when I say app, I mean by the platforms joining the ecosystem and having more service providers building there, businesses will find it to be almost a similar experience to how they are as a consumer. It is basically a meta marketplace for them to be able to find the things that they need and in a way reduce that friction, because whether it's payments, whether it's able to do their logistics, will be as simple as a click of a button and finding something that they need.
Thanks so much, Felix. And appreciate the feedback that you're seeing, that it's nice to see a perspective from Singapore, that you're seeing that we are geared for hyper growth, and that's very encouraging, especially given that we're coming out of this pandemic. But we're coming on strong, very good, as we can see from our economic indicators. Oh, George, you know the drill. So George, on your part, what do you think also are the opportunities that are emerging for entrepreneurs, in the region, and then with respect to your product?
For sure. So we're a pretty young company, but even in our 2 years of existence, we processed more than like 15 billion pesos of like business payments. Wow. So the beauty of actually like an expense management platform, it sounds so simple, is when it's done right. Like when a company does its expenses right, you get like a really good visual of a company and the way they spend their money, right? And that kind of visual allows you access to capital, because there's always capital out there. So that's what also we do at Spenmo, where we take a look at our clients and we see how exactly they spend and then give them like access to credit. So I think access to credit is going to be very helpful for the e-commerce boom. I think like the guys that sell in Lazada and Shopee, these guys buy SKUs in like China or Vietnam or somewhere and then sell it here. So I think aside from like our great like exchange rate, when you pay international suppliers and tracking your expenses, we're also able to help you on access to capital and all of that. So I think we're more of enablers in the space, in the e-commerce boom, and we allow people to transact without borders. And we're only able to do that because we're doing like a regional play across Southeast Asia.
Well, thanks so much, George. And finally, I'm going to round things off again with Mark Vernon. And Mark, it's quite appropriate that you're closing, doing the last remark in this panel discussion, given how you've really helped build up the space for digital Pilipinas. And for me personally, I'm just very when I see you coming over here and seeing the potential of the Philippines as a place to do business, you see that there's so much opportunity over here. Can you look into your crystal ball? What do you see as the future of Philippine MSMEs in the Philippine, I guess, Philippine fintech space, and with relation to the rest of the world? How do you think we're going to be doing for the next couple of years?
Historically, well, over the last 10 years, I've noted the growth in entrepreneurial attitudes. So, you probably know better than me as a Filipino that a lot of people go to college to get work in the big companies, to work in working for the bigger companies, and not having that entrepreneurial setup to go work for yourself. And that's changed over the last 10 years. So I see a lot more of that, and I can see that just growing. There's more finance flowing into the country, more investors, etc., and looking for opportunities, partnerships, and so on. A lot of business has been just within the Philippines, so providing for the Filipino market itself, and that's quite large, 100 million people. But I see in the future that a lot more entrepreneurs will start looking outwards and saying, well, we're supplying services and so on to the local market. Now, how can we offer to the broader market outside of Philippines, Asia and worldwide? So that's what I see or forecast when I'm looking into my crystal ball. And yeah, it's good to be part of that growth. and the change. It's I see a lot more change in Philippines than I do say in Europe, etc., or America.
Well, thanks so much, Mark Vernon. And with that, we officially close out our panels here for Digital Pilipinas this afternoon. A virtual round of applause to all of our panelists here. Thank you so much for your time. And with that, I'd like to bring back the mother of this Digital Pilipinas conference, Amor, for one more photo opportunity together with all of our guests here. So let's bring them all back here to the front of the stage, please. And as we bring them all back, again, reminding everybody to please continue uploading your insights, suggestions, comments online, hashtag to use, hashtag Digital Pilipinas. You can also tag us on Facebook and LinkedIn.
Ms. Amor Maclan, the Executive Director.
Yeah, I think Amor is on multiple panels here right now. So let's just all smile. Let's just all smile over here. Please allow the video to open, Amor said. So I guess, Amor, I just click on your video, if that's okay. Click on photo first. 3, 2, 1. And again, 3, 2. There's Amor. Can you please bring Amor back here to the front? Let's bring Amor to the front. There we go. Okay, everybody thumbs up. Last panel for the day. Thanks so much. In 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on the panel. It's been a privilege to be your host for this panel discussion. It's been a truly interesting journey with all of you doing this one. Now, it's been an amazing, insightful, and engaging day. I hope you get a lot of knowledge and insight as to what's your next action step when it comes to e-commerce and in general doing Digital Pilipinas Philippines. Sadly, now we've got to say goodbye and thank you to all our speakers and attendees. And now to officially close today's event, may I call on Engineer Nina Liza Escorial to grace our virtual stage for her closing remarks. Engineer Escorial is one of the longest-serving employees of the DOST Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development of the Department of Science and Technology. Just last October, she was welcomed as the department's new Deputy Executive Director. So again, Engineer Nina Liza Escorial, thank you so much for supporting our Digital Pilipinas initiative.
Hello, good afternoon, JM. Mukhang the word of the day is really digitization. And I would also like to say that the council, to be more efficient, we are really transforming into such platform, making sure that our services are available or could be accessed through the digital platform. So a pleasant afternoon to all our partners, speakers, and guests. In behalf of the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development, and our partner, Ms. Amor, Digital Pilipinas, I would like to thank everyone for lending us your valuable time and attention in the conduct of the Nascent Technology Summit. We would like to thank our keynote speakers, our panelists, our moderators, for spending their valuable time with us in giving a glimpse of the future. We also appreciate the subject matter experts who share their valuable experience and expertise in this full day affair. Mahatma Gandhi once said, "The future depends on what we do in the present." This webinar showed us a glimpse of what our tomorrow could look if we work hand in hand with one another while leveraging science and technology. Our partnership with Digital Pilipinas, together with experts from other nations, is just the first step in realizing our vision for the future. By talking about the present challenges in technology, we are able to see a path away from stagnation and backwardness. Perhaps the pandemic caused a massive distraction on how we go about our normal lives, but it enabled us to innovate and change the way we do our business. Back then, finding a taxi on a busy day in Makati when you're in a hurry is one of the most stressful things a young professional could have experienced. But with existing innovations, we saw the rise of ride-hailing apps and how convenient it could be with a touch of a button. A vast majority of business owners did not think working at home is possible. But with a raging pandemic, everyone was forced to use video conferencing apps, and we learned that work from home is indeed possible and even cost efficient, as they do not have to pay for the maintenance of an office. These are just few of the many innovations we have seen recently. Our speakers discussed various talking points which we can innovate using technology. These speakers saw a gap and used whatever available technology they had, and in the process, opened doors and opportunities for their businesses and initiatives, as well as inspired others to follow suit and innovate in other fields. By showcasing Filipino expertise, together we can influence change and make a lasting impact on the country. We hope our continued partnership and collaboration will prepare our country to new heights, as well as create opportunities for inclusion across all sectors of society. We enjoin everyone to be curious, be creative, and never stop questions on how we can be better 5, 10, or more, maybe even 20 years from now. After all, what the future holds depends on what we do in the present. And to quote my favorite quote from Henry Ford, coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, but working together is success. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, stay safe, and thank you for staying with us for the whole day. Maraming salamat.
And again, maraming salamat ulit, Engineer Escorial, for all the support that you've shown to the efforts of Digital Pilipinas. We are all very, very appreciative. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for Digital Pilipinas Launch 2022. I believe you've just been given a huge glimpse of a brighter, more technological Philippines, which can give a happier, more economically free future for the Filipino people. Again, my name is RJ Ledesma. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great weekend ahead. Mabuhay ang Digital Pilipinas!
Digital Pilipinas is the largest private sector-led movement to build an ecosystem for innovation and technology for the country. And our hope is to not just take on some of the largest problems of the Philippines that are addressable with technology, but collectively to raise our innovation quotient as a country. We are experiencing a technology renaissance here in the Philippines, where the best and brightest from all over the world are actually choosing to domicile themselves here in the Philippines. Now what we're seeing is an influx of global technology talents choosing to headquarter themselves here in the Philippines because we have the greatest talent for it. We have a killer ecosystem, the most enabling regulators. So the formula for success to build a great technology business is here in the Philippines.
Digital Pilipinas, as a movement, represents the most expansive, industry-driven effort to bring together the champions of emerging technologies with the business leaders who are committed to transforming the landscape. It is our honor and privilege to once again co-convene Digital Pilipinas. Let the world feel the excitement as our nation becomes a center for innovation.
This year, we have 4 priority areas. Number 1 is MSME, digitalization, and e-commerce. The ultimate objective is to be able to trade in trust and in confidence outside of your traditional borders. All of the technological advancements that we're experiencing right now is really intended to create more cross-border cooperation. Digital Pilipinas is the channel partner of Proxtera, the global procurement arm of the MAS that is intended to create a safe space for entrepreneurs from all over the world to be able to trade in security and in trust.
As a pioneer in e-commerce in electronics,
My vision is to see every Filipino household having a gadget purchased from Kim's store. We share the same goal with Digital Pilipinas, pursuing the same mission, gathering talented individuals who can make a change and putting Philippines in the center of innovation.
The Philippine e-commerce market is forecasted to be the fastest growing e-commerce market globally this year, growing by more than 25%. That has created a very dynamic part of the economy. It's powered by the marketplaces and shop platforms, powered by a whole network of enablers, by a whole community and a whole industry that is developing there to support e-commerce. And Digital Filipinas is bringing together a lot of those ecosystem stakeholders, and as such I'm very glad to be part of the Digital Filipinas movement that helps to develop this vibrant industry in the Philippines.
The second work stream that we're championing in Digital Pilipinas is the creation of an API-led economy. We're looking at launching an API marketplace that would allow for continuous innovation and continued connection between businesses and organizations here in the Philippines.
An API-led economy is about unbundling products so that customers can access what they want, when they want it, at a competitive price. They can use APIs, connect to a startup that's specifically serving that community. And that's the power of the API-led economy. It allows the product and the providers and the users who are receiving and benefiting from that product to connect in ways they couldn't before.
Financial inclusion is ensuring that we make financial services accessible and affordable to every individual and business in the country. It also allows us to educate and promote discovery on their own and assist them with the right services anywhere they are and anytime they need it.
The third work stream that we're championing in Digital Pilipinas is all about micro-education and micro-certification. The way we look at education has tremendously changed throughout the years. No longer are kids committed to take a 4, 6, 7-year course in university, and instead they're focusing on technological skills that are snackable and easy to acquire, immediately certifiable, and with your credentials being carried with you in the blockchain. We will be launching this year an internship program that would allow undergraduates or career shifters to be able to experience several corporations in 1 year, so that by the time that they graduate from the internship or the fellowship program, they are Web 3.0 ready.
We have to embrace the idea of micro-credentials, micro-certifications, or even micro-degrees. What it is really is learning less things and learning things faster. What we need to do together with Digital Pilipinas is create that bridge that will address the skills gap in this new economy. From what skills you have now and what you need to do to get the skills you need tomorrow.
So the way we see EdTech is really to solve not just 1 or 2 pain points, but really solve most of the pain points of the entire ecosystem. And that's really by pushing for digital learning and helping both not just the students and their parents, but also the teachers, the schools, and all the institutions like government and corporates that are working towards independent, well-trained, successful citizenry that can get the jobs and the careers that they want.
Embracing digital opportunities requires developing new digital skills. There is no question about it. This means empowering learning, supporting public policies for reskilling, and encouraging continuous improvements in that area. As we consider the challenges facing the world today, we at Microsoft acknowledge the enormous responsibility we have to ensure that the technology we are building benefits everyone around us. And it has to be in line with our mission, which is to empower every person and every organization on the planet.
And last but not the least is, of course, FinTech, which is the fuel that fires all of these industries. We look at FinTech not so much as a vertical, but rather a horizontal that powers various industries. During the pandemic, everyone talked about the dramatic increase in digitalization and also in digital transformation. A lot of what precipitated that was actually the movement of money. And the movement of money in those various verticals was brought about by FinTech. In our case, we will ensure that FinTech will continue to not just energize but revitalize legacy industries for the country.
To have also a basis by which, I used the word laymanize earlier, but by which we can laymanize application of technology and understand the fact that we can only do so much relative to educating or telling or basically increasing the level of financial literacy of people. So there can be an approach wherein it can be hybrid. There can be an approach by which we can be more patient about people not adopting immediately.
What fintech did is they proved that the minimum digital hygiene of 24/7 accessibility, Six Sigma reliability, real-time transactions, safe and secure was very possible. The use of mobiles and other devices allowed those services to be self-service in many ways. So that basically increased the accessibility of financial services to a broader set of the population.
We recognize that not one company can make finance for all happen. We believe in the power of collaboration and how it could speed up inclusion. This will help us in our desire to empower communities because even the tiniest contribution adds up and has a snowball effect to create meaningful waves of impact in the country today.
Digital Pilipinas has been one of the strongest advocates for the use of technology in multiple industries in Philippines. Now, for Philippines to be the center of cryptocurrency and blockchain, it's important that there are macro policies created that incentivizes companies to invest in Philippines. Secondly, the understanding of blockchain ecosystem and cryptocurrencies is included in the education syllabus. And last but not the least, the research and development around this technology is incentivized.
The right timing, the right ingredients are all in place. We can truly start the beginning of our road to a digital Pilipinas.
Let's all build a cyber-secure digital Pilipinas.
Together, let's build a digital Pilipinas through open finance.
Through e-commerce.
Through edutech.
Through fintech.
Mabuhay ang digital Pilipinas.
Mabuhay.
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 Let's build a digital Pilipinas together.